How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
riot of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final genocide. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be out you.
And lastly, we ask that there be no recording or streaming of today's sessions from the floor. And any disruptive behavior in today's session will result in being removed from the call.
We please ask that there will be no recording or streaming of today's sessions from the floor. Any disruptive behavior today could result in being removed from the call. So, just be a nice person. So with a little housekeeping things out of the way, let's jump right in.
Again, we ask no recording or streaming of today's session.
We ask that there be no recording or streaming of today's session from the floor. Any disruptive behavior in today's session will result in being removed from the call.
What's up, guys? What's up? I'm a professional streamer on the internet, as you know. I would never go live without unmuting my microphone. What's up, guys? Happy Wednesday. Welcome to the show. We are going to be continuing the project today that we we were supposed to start it on Monday, but really we started it yesterday of, no recording. No recording. We don't record things here. We would never do that. We would never secretly record things on the internet, except when we do secretly record things on the internet. We would never record things secretly on the internet, except when we do. And we are going through what I'm doing is I'm doing a little project called Catch Up on Work I Should Have Done Earlier This Year. Because as you guys know, I take on too much. I start too many projects. I love it when my haters make criticism of me and they say, Karlyn starts too many projects. That is like, this is actually, fun fact, did you guys know this? This is actually a serious criticism that people that hate me on the internet have made of me. They're like, Karlyn just starts new projects all the time. Karlyn just starts projects all the time. She starts new things. And it's like, isn't that what we're supposed to be doing? Creating content on the internet? Like, did I miss the memo about how the internet works? Like, it's like if I wasn't doing any projects, which is what most so-called content creators on the internet are doing, they're doing nothing. They're complaining on Twitter. They're starting drama for no good reason. They're going with whatever the headline tells them. They just follow where the most popular topic is of any given day, and they think that they're saving the fucking world. And then I start projects where I try to like strategically create things that I think are going to be helpful to the public in terms of exposing the left. And the haters on the internet, all who claim to be opposed to the left, they all go, she starts too many projects. Oh my God, she's starting a new project. How dare she start a new project? And it's like, okay. But it is true. It is true that I do start a lot of fucking projects. It is true. And you know, that's just the way I am. I'm a fire sign. I'm a fire starter. I'm an instigator. I have a million creative ideas in any given day, and all of them sound really fun, and I really want to do all of them. And I can only select a tiny few. And even those tiny few of the creative ideas that I have every day that I select, it's like even that is overwhelming for me. Anyway, the point is that I am taking the month of December, and in the month of December, we are doing a little thing called going back and doing the work that Karlyn should have gotten done earlier this year, because I really want to have it done by the end of the year so that I can start fresh. That's what we're doing. And one of the big projects that I want to work on is not this, the Decode the Left Dictionary, which you guys have been begging me for, which I have been kind of tinkering with in the background for a while. And this is not going to be done by the end of the year because this will be an ongoing project. This is something, but the foundation of this will be done by the end of the year if I have to bloody drive myself insane in order to do it. Average person, for the missing part of yesterday's stream, by the way, it was Kasharma. I knew it was like some Indian name. Kasharma, and she's running for U.S. Congress. Made me question if she was a revolutionary. Yeah, that is a weird situation there. I appreciate that, average person. Thank you so much for the super chat. Yep, the year-end hustle. Because, you know, listen, December is a great month to get shit done. Like, just in general. And I found this regardless of what industry I'm in, regardless of what I happen to be doing. December is a great month to get shit done. And because people are distracted by the holidays, like a lot of people are not starting new things in December. So it's like you can just like wrap up your stuff, get yourself started, like ready to go for the beginning of the year. I cannot believe, can you guys fucking believe it's December? What an insane year. This year went by like that. I mean, and it's just like, it definitely one of my most productive years ever in terms of like the amount of content we have. But now my house is overrun with zines. My house was not overrun with zines at the beginning of the year. Now my house is, I have piles of zines and leftist propaganda all over the place. I'm trying to redo my office. Isn't it just a side note? I'm trying to redo my office because I'm going to paint that fucking wall behind me red before the end of the year. Of this, I am committed to. I'm going to paint the fucking wall red. I'm going to hang up all my communist propaganda. And I really want to start creating this library in my office where I have all of the zines and all the propaganda and all the doohickeys and all the old magazines and all the old commie stuff that I've been buying on the road. I want to have it displayed in my office. I have plans for this. Anyway, December is just a really good month to do this stuff in. And I can't believe it's the end of the year. And that's insane. So one of the projects I really want to get done, or at least have a really good foundation for by the end of the year, is the Decode the Left Dictionary. And this is something that I'm putting on decodetheleft.com, where it's going to be like a permanent fixture on the website where you can go in and find primary source evidence and definitions around all the most common leftist terms so that you're not taking my word for it. Like I can write definitions until the cows come home. I can teach this stuff every day. But what I want to do is create a catalog of information of clips and text excerpts from books and manifestos and far left writings. I want to create a library of content directly from the left where you guys can go in and find what do they mean by this? Oh, what's the evidence that they think this? I want to do that with video clips. I want to do that with the manifestos, with the books that Music Hands reading, bring it all together into the Decode the Left dictionary. And one of the things that I need to do in order to do that is to go back and really kind of just go through some of this archive footage that I have with a fine-tooth comb to make sure we're pulling out as many clips as possible that are just really good educational resources that not only can we have it on the website, I'm thinking about setting this up for Occupy libraries. I'm working on a book where I'm laying all this stuff out, so the website will be a nice companion piece for the book. I want to make all this stuff publicly. I want to do a whole series of like re-education trainings in 2026 where I'm doing actual live classes on the far left where we go back through all this great footage. But in order to do that, I actually need to have just a really solid library of clips. Now, we are not at a loss for clips. What we are at a loss for is organization around the clips because they exist all over the fucking place. They exist on YouTube, on Substack, on like 15 different Twitter accounts, they're all over the place. So I'm trying to bring it all together. And even going back through some of the older presentations that we have and making sure the clips are like really locked in. Because the thing is, when I first started making leftist clips years and years and years ago, the purpose that I was doing it for was not to set up classes. It was not to do a nonprofit. It was not to make this information available to the public. It was to go viral on the internet. That was the purpose I had back then because I was doing a very different thing back then. So I have a lot of clips that are like several years old that I'm like, maybe I could have done that a little bit differently if I had been thinking about it more in this context. And so now I'm just kind of going back and I'm trying to professionalize things a little bit. And so that's really what we're talking about. I'm trying to professionalize the Decode the Left / Center for Left Wing Studies operations leading into 2026 so that we can actually start to build real organizations out of this, which I think will be pretty cool. So one of the things that we're doing, and if you guys have clips that you want to contribute as well, because I know a lot of you watch far left content, there is actually a form on decodetheleft.com/dictionary that you can fill out this form and actually send in your own clips as well if you want to do that. I talked about a little bit about that yesterday. There we go. But one of the things I'm doing in order to do that is to go back and watch some of these older presentations. Now, the presentation that we're going to watch today is exactly like from yesterday. So what I'm doing is I infiltrated and secretly recorded the Revolutionary Socialism Conference back in September. The most famous thing that came out of this was that we got a faculty member at Texas State University fired for being a communist and calling to overthrow the government. But there was a ton of stuff at this conference. And one of the things that was going on when we were watching this conference originally was that I just kept thinking, this is like a wealth of material to clip to be able to just create these educational resources, like a glossary. Yeah, exactly. Kind of like a glossary. And so we're going back and watching the presentations because there was a good 14 hours of content that came out of this conference. And I actually haven't watched it again. Well, I've watched some of it because I have made clips of some of it and I have released some of it. But hang on. But I want to go back and actually watch these presentations, go through them with a fine-tooth comb. And hang on. Trying to talk and almost cough at the same time. This is material that has never been seen before publicly. So I am literally the only person on the internet with these recordings. And the reason I say that is I recorded stuff at this particular event that even the event organizers did not record, because they only recorded parts of the event. And you'll hear that during the presentation where you hear them turning on the recording and then turning off the recording. So I literally have footage that, unless you were actually watching it live with me when we first infiltrated it, no one else on the internet has this footage. No one else on the internet has shown this footage. And so this is like a nice little treat for people as well, because I usually don't make my spy stream footage publicly available, but I do think that these presentations in particular are such a good teaching tool that I'm like, this just makes sense to do it. It's the end of the year. We're going to get a fuck ton of clips out of this. And so that's what we're going to do. The presentation that we're going to be watching today is all about fighting fascism. So this was, I just got a text message reminding me of something I was just thinking about earlier. Isn't it funny when that happens? Anyway, this is a presentation that took place on day 1 of the Revolutionary Socialism Conference. It was the last presentation of the day, and I was kind of going through my notes from the event, and I seemed to take a lot of notes during this presentation. So I think it is going to be a good one. I don't really remember it all that well. It all kind of blends together. So I'm really looking forward to watching this. Yo, in with the $50 at the beginning, Dan. Thank you. Monthly dues, thank you for your hard work. I've been following for 2 months. Your work has connected the dots on my life experience from college to now. I don't drop comments in the chat. I'm here to watch, listen, and learn. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate that, bro. Very, very generous. I'm so glad you're enjoying it. I'm so glad you're learning a thing or two. That really makes me happy. Thank you so much for the support. So we're going to be going through this presentation today, and I'm going to be breaking it down, and we're going to be making clips. And just like with yesterday, we're going a little bit slower now. And, we might even continue this into this year. I really want 2026 to be a year where we have all the foundation now, is the thing. We have a very, very solid foundation to work from. I've got Decode the Left up and running, which is like the for-profit stuff that I do. It's the content creation, it's the journalism, it's the streaming, it's the book writing is connected to that, all that stuff. We also have the Center for Left-Wing Studies set up now, and really starting to build out some infrastructure there in terms of starting to get stuff on the website, getting stuff documented, starting to build out a fuck ton of spreadsheets and different lists of things that are going on, really starting to put the infrastructure in place to make a hub where we can make all of this content publicly available. And I've got big plans for the Center for Left-Wing Studies in 2026 as well. One of the things I want to do, so the Center for Left-Wing Studies, for people who don't know, is my nonprofit arm, because apparently you can just start a nonprofit. I have a couple big goals for the Center for Left-Wing Studies. Number one, the Center for Left-Wing Studies is where we are going to be mapping the modern activist left, where a lot of people have been researching, kind of like putting spreadsheets together of different organizations and stuff like that. We're trying to figure out how to do like the information architecture around it and start to make this information available to the public, because one of the most common questions I'm asked is, how big is the left? And the answer is, we don't know, but I think it's bigger than what people think it is. And so we're working actively right now on a project to map that out. There are some great volunteers who have raised their hands and said they want to get involved. Really appreciate that. Going to be doing much more of that in 2026. This is where we're going to be doing the Occupy Library series of events. So one of the things I really want to do next year, and we talked about this, is the whole idea of occupy libraries. Occupying libraries, to go around to libraries in the most leftist parts of the country to do presentations about the far left, to actually take this content and go to these libraries and invite right-leaning I don't have enough money for a staff just yet, but I'm hoping to get a grant at some point. But yeah, you can totally fund it. Make a donation, man. Make a donation to the center, and this is all tax deductible. And for people who don't know too, and I want to be very clear about this, because again, people accuse me of doing things, I am not taking a salary from the Center for Left-Wing Studies. So I'm the executive director of the organization because it's my organization, but I am not taking a salary from this. All the money that people donate is literally just sitting in a bank account waiting to be used on the things that we're using for. I haven't even taken reimbursements from this that, quite frankly, I'm entitled to, because I have been making investments in technology to get this online. I had to do a lot of back-end stuff to worry about the security of this stuff. And I just paid for all of that out of pocket from the stuff that you guys donate through the Substack and Super Chats and stuff like that. And I'm more than happy to do that, by the way. I just want to point out, because there have been accusations made that all the donations to this are somehow going into my pocket. They're literally not. They're sitting in a fucking bank account. I even went and bought a whole bunch of old propaganda materials and stuff like that is going to be going into an archive for the Center for Left-Wing Studies. We're going to be making all this stuff publicly available. The whole point of this is to put together basically a preeminent library of leftist activist content, so that we can educate the public about what's going on and analyze from an objective standpoint, just purely based on the evidence, what has happened in terms of the development of the far left and where it's going next. And so, no, there's none of the money that people give to this are going into my pocket. I do want to be able to, one of the reasons I made a nonprofit is I do want to try to get a grant to actually I actually do want to bring on staff. So if I can get a grant or some millionaire to fund me with a big donation, which would be really great. If any of you know any millionaires, now is the time to send them to me. And I will say, I will use your money to hire a team of people that I have personally trained, and we will literally make it our full-time fucking job to map the modern activist left. That is actually what I want. I want a big ass fucking donation from a millionaire who understands what we're doing. I want some sort of grant that pays for this stuff. And I'm deadly serious. I am going to be hired. If this ever happens, and I really do hope it happens in 2026, I haven't pushed it a lot yet because I'm trying to create a proof of concept sort of thing. And I also I generally do believe in growing things slowly and pragmatically. I don't believe in just rushing in and just like fucking everything up. I know I'm a fire starter in some respects, but when it comes to building organizations, I'm actually very pragmatic about it. But in 2026, I am determined that we're either going to find a grant or we're going to find some millionaire somewhere that is going to give us a lot of money so that I can hire people out of my community that have been studying this content with me for years, that have been volunteering with me for years. And Reagan is going to be the first fucking hire. I'm going to tell you that right now. Reagan will be the COO of this organization. I'm determined to make this happen. And so that we can actually spend our full time studying and mapping the modern activist left. I want to do a conference through the Center for Left-Wing Studies. I want to do a journal in the form of a zine through the Center for Left-Wing Studies. I want to make sure we're like putting this content together and getting it out to the public in a more cohesive way. So lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of big plans. Well, actually, they actually do. They actually do have grants. That is one of the things I'm looking into. If anyone wants to help me with grant writing, that'd be pretty great. That'd be awesome. Anyway, the Occupy Library series of events is going to run through the Center for Left-Wing Studies. I want to do a tour of libraries around the country where I'm going and presenting this content. I also want to make all the clips that we're getting in all of these trainings publicly available so that you guys can go do presentations at libraries in your community. So this is not just about me. I want to set people up to go and teach this content in their local communities, or if you want to do a library tour where you're doing like a Occupy Libraries thing and going and presenting in libraries, I will give you the clips to do it. As long as you give credit and note where you got the information, I have absolutely no problem with it. And so that's part of what we're doing when we're going back and making these clips. It's not just that we're doing the dictionary, not that one, this one, not just that we're doing the dictionary, although we are, but I'm very pragmatic. If you guys haven't noticed, I may have a lot of ideas, but then I build infrastructure in a way that feeds multiple things. Okay? So we're doing the clips to be able to feed the dictionary, to be able to feed a training series that I want to do, to be able to provide a companion website to a book I'm working on, also to support the Occupy Libraries thing. Also, it's content for YouTube, it's content for Twitter, it's content for online stuff and all of these things. So we take tactics and we see how many different ways can we utilize this information if we're thinking smart about it. Because now that I have a really solid focused idea of where I'm going, this is so much easier than it was like 2 or 3 years ago when I was just kind of like 2 or 3 years ago with this stuff. I was still figuring out what the ever-loving F was going on, and I was really kind of just finding my way because no one's ever done what I'm trying to do before that I know of. And so now, what has happened in the last year? The content's blown up. I have more people supporting my work than ever. And I've got a team of people that are really starting to understand this. We got a whole new audience this year that has come in, that has started to learn this content. We are going to fucking explode in 2026. I promise you. And I do mean we. It's not just about me. This is about us. Because I know that I have so many people in my community that understand how important this content is. And it may have taken longer than I wanted it to for it to come together, but now like everything happens in its own best time, right? Everything happens when it's supposed to happen. We are manifesting the ever-loving F out of this, And we will be the preeminent resource for this type of information in 2026. I promise you, there is no one that is coming close to doing what we are doing. And now we got a dedicated community of people out there who are spreading this information. I've got people undercover all over the country, going into their own groups, documenting what's going on. We've got people that want to go and do presentations. We've got all of the pieces to make something really cool and community driven that literally no one else on the internet is doing, in terms of exposing something that is going to have a dramatic impact on our world if we don't start getting our asses in gear and making sure people know what's going on. So that's what we're doing. No big deal. Just trying to save the world from communism over here. Just, don't worry about it, I guess. Anyway. So we're going to be watching a presentation today about fighting fascism that I recorded at the Revolutionary Socialism Conference in September. This is a never-before-seen presentation publicly. This is the first time this information will ever be made public. So you guys are in for a treat today. I do want to remind you that if you want to support the work I'm doing, the very best place to do it is actually over on my Substack. If you are not yet subscribed to my Substack, now is a great day to get subscribed to it. This is the primary place where I ask people to support my work. Make sure you sign up for a membership of $8 a month, $80 a year. I don't take a salary from the nonprofit. This is basically, this and super chats and merchandise sales are a big chunk of the salary that I have. So when you guys are supporting my work via the Substack, this is actually paying my salary in terms of allowing me to have the time to investigate this stuff, allowing me to have the resources to go undercover. By the way, I'm going undercover on Friday. Just so people know, there's not going to be a stream on Friday because I'm going to go do something. I'm going to go do a super secret mission, and I will be back when I'm back, and I'll tell you guys more about it when I can. But I do actually have one more undercover thing that I'm doing this year that's going to be super effing cool that I will tell you guys about next week. And so if you want to support the work I'm doing, sign up for the Substack, because this is where all of this gets funded. Where do I get my daily news from? No, I get my news from primary sources only. I mean, Twitter is a good place for news in terms of knowing what's going on, but I don't listen to any commentators. I don't listen to any pundits. I go directly to the primary source. I go to video. I go to primary source documentation, and that is how I get my news. So if I find out something's going on, I'm not going to listen to a fucking press conference Trump's going to have about it, unless sometimes I do. But most of the time I just go and I read the document. Or if there's something on the news, I'm not going to watch the Fox News commentary on it. I'm just going to watch the primary source video on it to figure out what's going on. So that is how I get my news, because I don't want to be influenced by anyone. I don't think the right-leaning media has it right. The left-leaning media certainly doesn't have it right. So there's no point in me watching either of them, honestly. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about where I'm going, okay? I have to get on a plane. That's all I'm going to tell you. Anyway, make sure you sign up for the Substack. That is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. You can also support my work by sending in your super chats. If you want to pay up front for the class that I'm about to give you, please feel free to throw in $5, $10. I really do appreciate it. You guys allow me to spend all this time streaming with you, breaking down the content, teaching people as much as I can about the far left. Those really do help out. And of course, you can head over to the merch store. That is redmenacesupply.com. This is my merch store where I sell the coolest anti-communist merch on the internet, honestly. And we've got 6 designs up in the store right now. These are classic designs from the store that I made in years past, but I'm bringing them back for the month of December. I decided not to do some sort of big holiday thing this year, honestly, because I feel like I'm just so, I personally am so sick of all the shopping emails I've already gotten and all the shopping messages and texts and advertisements, all this stuff. And I'm just like, man, I'm sick of Christmas already, and Christmas is weeks away. So I've decided I'm not doing some big holiday thing this year, but what I am going to do is make some classic designs available in the store that I really, really love, including the Mickey Whiteness Means Capitalism design, which was a limited edition that I did, I think like a couple years ago or something like that. We've got the Whiteness Means Capitalism soup can, which is one of my favorite designs ever. I think it's an underrated design. I think it's cool. We've got the Men Are Not Women design, which is another one of my favorites. I actually do legitimately wear that one all the time. The Wear in 1984 design, which you can't can't even make that in Midjourney anymore. Midjourney won't even do it anymore. But I made that real cool design right when Midjourney first started, and I've always loved it. It's awesome. We got the real Marxism design. We got the Be an Outcast design. These are all special designs that I've had in the past that I'm bringing back for December only. Yeah, I should probably throw some wrapping paper up. I should. Hey, thanks for the dues, sir. I appreciate that. Mini dues. Awesome. We also, of course, do have the McCarthy collection in the store. If you missed out on that, you can get it now. And we got all sorts of other designs as well. The Anti-Antifa design, Red Menace Collective designs, Plague Doctor designs, all this cool stuff. We even got Center for Left-Wing Studies in there. And of course, in the month of December, the big sale that we're doing is that if you spend $100 or more in the store, you can take 25% off your entire order. So this allows you to stock up on all the cool t-shirts and sweatshirts and hoodies and pint glasses and shot glasses. If you want to know what the design is available in, just click on it and it'll show you. We've got some mugs, we got some glasses, we got some hoodies, all that good stuff. There might be different colors of clothing just depending on what item it is. And of course, all purchases do support the work I'm doing, and I really, really appreciate it. Hey, thank you, David. Cover at the door, lurking and learning. Go, girl. I appreciate that. Cool. All right. Oh, we also got one from Deb. Towards the airfare. Thanks for helping me learn. Keep the passion. I will. Do you know what I discovered? I don't really fly that much anymore, but I used to fly like a lot, like all the fucking time. And so I was looking in one of my airline accounts. I was looking in the basically my Delta account, and I was like, I found out, I'm so excited about this. I discovered I have like 4 free drink vouchers. And I was like, this is great. I didn't even know I could get drunk on the plane that I have to take on Friday. This is perfect. Like, perfect. If I have to be on a plane all day, I may as well have champagne for free on Delta. That sounds pretty great. I should do Tom Alter Committee wrapping paper. It's not a bad idea, actually, unironically. All right. Let's get into it, guys. Let's get into it, shall we? Let's get into it. Guys, please make sure you mount the like button for me if you would be so kind. We're going to try to do our setup where, check it out. Boom! There we go. That looks better. Now I'm not on the screen twice. Ooh, now we got a nice little frame too. Look at that. That actually works out real well. Okay, we are watching a presentation from the Revolutionary Socialism Conference. This was secretly recorded by me in September 6th of 2025. And this is a presentation where we are watching revolutionary communists talking about fighting the evil fascist. So let's get this party started.
In the far right. So it's already been gone over before. But we'll do it again in case anyone else has hopped on. But today,
did I miss your chat?
Just said,
no, I did miss your chat. I apologize. I didn't see it. I apologize. I'm in and out with chemo. I catch up when I can. I believe in you and your work. Never give. Thank you, Suzanne. Everyone send prayers to Suzanne. We love you, Suzanne. You're a really valued. I remember. Does everyone remember when Suzanne used to not remember anything, and I used to yell at Suzanne all the time, and then I felt really bad because I found out that Suzanne is just a really nice older lady with a bad memory, and I felt really bad about yelling at her. But like, you know what's fucking awesome about Suzanne is she just kept coming back, and she kept listening, and she kept learning, and then there was a moment where Suzanne got it, and I was like, oh, it was the best. It was the best. So thank you, Suzanne. We love you. We appreciate you. We are sending you positive vibes. And thank you for being such an awesome part of our community. We really appreciate it.
We'll be talking about understanding and fighting fascism and the far right. My name is Chelsea. I use she, her, they pronouns. I'm located in Denver, and I'm with Firebrand Denver Communists. I am chairing this session, of course. And just to go over the format, again, for anyone who might have just jumped on, each speaker will be allotted 13 minutes for their talk. There are 3 for this panel, followed by our discussion period of 35 minutes roughly.
And yes, there is crackling on the mic, and you're just going to have to deal with it because it is what it is. So just try to ignore the crackling. It is what it is.
No, we're running a bit over
Can't
time.
do nothing. It's quiet.
The speaker.
Well, I don't know if I can turn it up. You're gonna have to turn up your volume on your computer. Let me see if I can change the input. Hang on. Hang on. Audio. That's the mic volume. Hang on one sec. Input sound. I don't think that's gonna work. So the thing is that I can't turn the volume up any more than it is. So everyone's just gonna have to get their microphone up. You might turn your stuff up, and that's just gonna be the way it is.
Remarks will be recorded, but our discussion will not be. And Stack will be kept via the chat, in which all messages will be forwarded to the chair and moderators. If you'd like to get on Stack, please message me. In order to best
repression, followed by the construction of internment camps,
racism, and grotesque to the chair and moderators. If you'd like to get on Stack, please message me. In order to best stimulate discussion and include contributions from oppressed people, progressive Stack will be enforced. In order to join the Stack, send a message to me and not the other administrators. There is no general chat. Again, if you self-identify as a member of an oppressed identity and would like to be prioritized in your comments, please type in Stack Plus and I will move you to the top of the queue. If you have a question for either the speakers or the floor, go ahead and type in Stack ? Again, we encourage questions to be asked, so both will be given priority. We ask all contributions to this discussion to be kept to 2 minutes. As you've seen throughout the day, you'll be told by me to wrap up at the 2-minute mark and will be interrupted after the 3rd minute. And make sure to be mindful, please, of everyone in attendance and keep comments brief and to the point. At the conclusion of the discussion, the speakers will give their closing remarks, and we ask that there be no recording or streaming of today's session from the floor. Any disruptive behavior in today's session will result in being removed from the call. So today, like I said, we have 3 panelists speaking. Just to introduce the topic, I'll say that far-right militias and outright fascists have enjoyed a renaissance under both Trump presidencies. And in his new term, Trump has made an unprecedented grab for unchecked personal power. From major economic policies, creating ICE as his own personal band of racist thugs, and militarizing majority Black and Latino cities, to petty changes to, quote, woke museum displays and White House decor. Trump's unique stench of authoritarianism, racism, and grotesque cultishness has attracted comparisons to the fascists of the 1930s. But failing to properly understand fascism has led generations of activists to make tragic errors in outlook and organizing. What is fascism? How can we fight fascist scum? And what do we build a real alternative? How do we build a real alternative to the hate and despair they thrive on? So first we'll be hearing from Bill. Bill is a member of Socialist Horizon, American Association of University Professors, Local 674, and the Coalition for
American Association of University Professors is what we call a union.
Action in Higher Education. He is the author of We Charge Genocide, American Fascism and the Rule of Law, and James Baldwin, Living in Fire. After that, we'll hear from James Raddick, who is a founding member of Firebrand and the Denver Communists, and a longtime anti-fascist and anti-police activist. Lastly, we hear from our comrade Vicky Caldera, who is a city councilor of Cordoba, Argentina, and leading member of the MST FITU. That is,
does this have Spanish in it?
Movimiento Socialista de los Trabajadores,
Spanish.
or Workers' Socialist Movement. And the FITU is Frente de Izquierda y de los Trabajadores Unidad, or the Workers' Left.
Tacos, guacamole, nachos.
And author of What is Fascism? A historical and political overview of the ideology of barbarism and permanent revolution issue.
Okay, Seeker is asking what is Horizon? Okay, so the Revolutionary Socialism Conference was hosted by 2 socialist groups. The first group it was hosted by is the Firebrand Collective. Firebrand Collective is a group we watch rather frequently because it is a collective of different revolutionary socialist groups throughout the country, predominantly the Denver Communists, the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists. They also have the Boston Revolutionary Socialists, the New York Revolutionary Socialists. And so basically this is a group of revolutionaries across the country that come together to do events like this. That is the Firebrand Collective. We watch them very closely. The other group is a group called Socialist Horizon. Socialist Horizon is another revolutionary socialist group, and they do their own activism and their own organizing. And so basically the Firebrand Collective and Socialist Horizon came together to put on this revolutionary socialism conference. And as Average Person is pointing out, there was also the International Socialist League that was involved in this conference. So it wasn't just domestic groups. They also did have international socialists that they were beaming in all over the place to talk to each other.
So with that, Bill, go ahead and get started. Thanks.
Thanks, Chelsea. Thanks, comrade. It's great to be here with everybody today.
Bill's louder.
Donald Trump's violent and disastrous regime is a symptom of a crisis in American capitalism and a world capitalist order. The 2007-2008 global financial meltdown, which destroyed 9 million U.S. jobs and extracted more than $16 trillion of losses of workers' incomes, destabilized a rule-based economic world system led by the U.S. The result was a wider economic and political polarization worldwide, reflecting the newest canyon separating the very rich from the rest of us. The new global far right, which has emerged since then, seeks to manage and maintain that post-2008 order. It has used the suppression of democracy, manipulation of the courts, destruction of working-class organizations and parties, extreme nationalism and xenophobia,
extreme nationalism,
transphobia and gender reaction to try to tamp down or crush popular discontent about rapidly declining living conditions for working-class people the world over, about climate catastrophe, and about a general sense that capitalism has ruined their lives. Trump's election in 2016 was the U.S. expression of these tendencies. In his first term, Trump talked like an autocrat, courted and flirted with right-wing fascist groups, good people on both sides, pushed xenophobic initiatives like his Mexico wall, and talked up economic nationalism. Yet Trump could not in one term win sufficient sectors of the capitalist classes to a full-blown program of reaction. Many of his most reactionary public positions were short-term responses to social discontent against capitalism's failures under his watch. For example, Trump sent federal forces to Portland to put down the massive George Floyd rebellions and back white supremacist murderer Kyle Rittenhouse when he shot and killed a Black Lives Matter demonstrator. Trump's second term has been different. It has from day one been an intentional effort to produce a durable authoritarian state. He launched it by pardoning the January 6 rioters, some of whom were open fascists. He began an assault on workers, firing thousands of unionized federal employees and stripping nearly 500,000 of union protections. He built out and ramped up ICE, the Border Patrol, and Homeland Security as infrastructures of domestic repression, followed by the construction of internment camps, Alligator Alcatraz, to house deportees. He's expanded police powers and definitions of criminality beyond existing legal breaking points. He's assembled a laundry list.
Okay. Listen, I understand there are new people here, but for the new people, just so you know, I really detest this type of like owning the lib shit posting in the chat, because I promise you, there's no debunk that you have that's going to make a difference. And most of the time when you guys are posting stuff like this, you're just reflecting the fact that you do not understand the left at all. So I strongly encourage people, and this is something I'm just going to be training my audience to do from now on. Do not make statements like this. This is completely unhelpful. It reflects your ignorance about what's going on. What you need to do instead is ask a question. Why does the left do this? Why do they do X? And I don't want any fucking passive-aggressive questions where you're like, well, Karlyn, why does the left constantly ignore that communism doesn't work? That's not a good question. Why does the left insist on living in America if they want to live in communism? Well, Keith, they insist on living in America because they want communism to happen on a global scale, because they don't believe that real communism has been tried until it is on a global scale. And in order to make communism happen on a global scale, they have to make the domino fall in America. So there is no fuck off universe in which the left is ever going to move to Venezuela or Cuba or any of those countries, or China, because they don't believe China's communist. They believe China's capitalist, and they want to have the dominoes fall here. Because if the dominoes fall here, they fall everywhere. So that is why communism in America is paramount to the left strategy. Ask a question. I'm not trying to make you feel bad, Keith. I'm really not. But like, people have got to start asking questions, and people have got to start realizing that, especially if you are new here, if you're new to this type of content, you probably don't know as much as you think you know. And you should fix that, because it sucks that you were misinformed by your influencers, but time to hinge into reality. Why isn't my chat showing up? What the hell? Hang on. My StreamYard's being ridiculous. Why isn't my chat showing up? The hell? StreamYard all of a sudden is not working. Oh, that's great. I can't even hide the chat now. The fuck? All right, hang on. I need to reload real quick because it's not, my StreamYard all of a sudden stopped working. So I'm going to reload. I'm going to disappear for a second. I'll be right back. Maybe I'm not going to be reload. Maybe my browser just doesn't even want to function. It's probably my browser. All right, I'm back. Can I change my chat now? Yes! We're back. We're back. I can now change the chat. Game on. I can change the chat again. Hang on. Well, that's not what I wanted. Now my layout's all wonky. No, it's back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We did it. I don't know what I fixed by reloading, but I fixed something. McCarlinism, thank you for the super chat. Karlyn, I'm so grateful. I've learned so much, and I'm excited to learn as much as I can. Sorry if I was ever a retard. Guys, it's okay to be a retard sometimes. Listen, we're all a little bit retarded sometimes. Sometimes we all say stupid things. I myself have never done anything retarded or stupid, obviously. I am perfect in every way. But everyone is a retard sometimes. And so, just, stop it and move on and stop being retarded. Does the left think there has ever been a communist country? No, not really. They believe that countries have tried, but because communism has never been tried on a global scale, they believe that real communism has never been tried. So, for example, they believe that Stalin basically fucked up the Russian Revolution because they believe that Stalin was just focused on like the USSR. They believe that Stalin missed an opportunity to make communism essentially global, which of course effed the whole endeavor and all of that stuff. So do they ever believe that communism has been practiced in the way that they are envisioning it? No, they don't. So when they say real communism hasn't been tried, they do actually mean that. See, this is a great question, Keith. Well done. What definition of fascist are they using? In general, the left's definition of fascism is anyone that is not a communist. So that includes, obviously, people on the right, but it also includes the Democratic Party. They believe the Democrat Party are fascist. It includes liberals. They believe liberals are fascist. They sometimes call them neoliberals or just liberals. It includes progressives. They believe progressives are fascist. The left is anti-identity politics, so they do not do the same politics as the Democrats and liberals and progressives do. They believe that that identity is a manifestation of capitalism because capitalism creates all identity groups. All identity groups create oppression and stuff like that. And so when they are saying the term fascist, they quite literally mean anyone who is not a far left revolutionary communist. These people specifically don't even like Zoran Mandami. They were shit talking the DSA and Zoran Mandami the entire conference. You may even hear some of that come up in this presentation. But that's what it is. No. That's not what we're talking about. When we're talking about definitions on this channel, we are talking about the far left's definitions. We are not talking about historical accuracy. We are not talking about World War II. We are not talking about anything in a history book. We are not talking about the philosophy. We are talking about what they mean when they say things. It doesn't matter what you think China is because the left believes that China is capitalist. So it does not matter what you think China is. I know people on the right do not like China. I know people on the right have been convinced that China is communist. China's not communist, guys. The left does not like China. The left does not like Mao. The left is not doing, like, anyone who says that the left is doing Maoism with American characteristics is a fucking retard that doesn't actually listen to the left, because they shit talk China and Mao all the time. They don't like them. Cool. Any other questions before we get back into it? Yeah, China's capitalist. The left does not believe China is communist at all in any way. Cool. Let me know if you have questions, guys. Smart questions only. You can ask stupid questions too. Just like if you ask a dumb question, though, I might make fun of you a little bit, and you're just going to have to get used to that. That's just the way it is.
List of internal enemies ranging from lawyers to dissidents. This big, beautiful bill massively reduced an already meager U.S. social welfare while directing hundreds of billions of new dollars to the military and domestic policing. Most recently, Trump has deployed National Guard troops to American cities, Los Angeles and Washington, and called for citizen volunteers to join ICE and Homeland Security in a roundup of so-called criminals and illegals. Recruitment efforts for these volunteers have used white nationalist imagery and nativist appeals to, quote, defend your culture. Meanwhile, Trump's vice president, J.D. Vance, and his Doge czar, Elon Musk, have courted fascist parties like the German ADF. Trump has also rolled out a fascist cultural politics. These include calls to rebuild and reinstall white supremacist monuments, to eliminate divisive exhibits from the museums, redefining race as a biological category, erasing trans people, and claiming there are only two genders.
I need to get that. I saw that in my notes that Bill said that Trump is redefining race as a biological category. What does that infer? Pop quiz to the chat. The communists are upset that Trump is, in their words, redefining race as a biological category. What does that tell you about what the communists believe? While you guys are thinking about that, I will take this super chat from Michael. Thank you, Michael. Is there a rise in socialists and communists self-identifying as libertarians the way Noam Chomsky had labeled himself? I mean, listen, there are libertarians on the left and there are libertarians on the right. I wouldn't say there's a rise in it, but there's always been left-leaning libertarians and right-leaning libertarians, and I don't believe that communism is compatible with libertarianism in any way. Libertarianism necessitates private property ownership. Communism opposes private property ownership. That's really all that matters insofar as me. But like, I don't see communists don't like these are revolutionary socialists and communists. They will tell you we are revolutionary socialists and communists. They're not going to call themselves libertarians. If communists are calling themselves anything, they're calling themselves anarchists. They might call themselves that. And when they call themselves anarchists, they mean anarcho-communists. They don't mean anarcho-capitalists. But I very rarely hear communists referring to themselves as libertarians because they believe libertarians are right-wing fascists, essentially. Okay, so the question is, Bill just said Trump is redefining race as a biological reality. What that implies is communists and far-left socialists do not believe that race is biological. And this is the foundation of why the term whiteness, white supremacy, racism, why they are not references to skin color at all. They are references to a system, because to communists, race is a social construct. Race is not a biological reality. Race is created by capitalism, and I'm going to explain how. No, that's not what they're saying. They're saying that race to them is a social construct. People really need to understand this, guys. When the far left is talking about anything that you might think is related to race, they are not talking about skin color. Has nothing to do with that. They're talking about who owns property and who does not own property. So, and I actually have the Denver Communists on video saying this. They believe that the term whiteness was created when slaves were brought to America as a way to protect the systems of property ownership. To them, whiteness meant people who did not work in the sun, whereas black meant people who worked in the sun. It was a function of who owned the property, who owned the slaves, and who were the slaves, who were the property. Because again, the left's definition of capitalism is private property ownership. By private property ownership, they mean property that you can use to create personal privatized wealth, things like homes, land, apartment rentals, intellectual property, private businesses, parental rights over your kids. Those are all things that contribute to bourgeois property, property that creates individual privatized wealth. Because individual privatized wealth creates disparities. It creates a hierarchy. Some people have more money and resources than other people. That's the bourgeois, the capitalist, the private property owner. The others are the oppressed, the proletariat, the worker. So the term whiteness, white supremacy, even the term race, they believe that these are functions of the system of capitalism. When they're talking about race, they are talking about systemic racism. The left is almost never talking about skin color. I'm going to emphasize this again. If you think they're talking about skin color, you are probably wrong. Because in the vast majority of cases, when they're talking about white people, they are talking about the privileged, the capitalist, the property owner. They're talking about people who are engaging with systemic racism. Systemic racism means the system that upholds racism. The system that upholds racism to the left is capitalism. Okay? Because capitalism created the concept of slavery in which the property owners owned the property, and that created systemic disparities in the system. And that's why when they're saying whiteness, racism, white supremacy, they are always referring to the system. They are not referring to skin color. Does everyone understand this? And yeah, someone asked in the chat earlier about gender. Hang on. Same as they don't believe in gender as a biological sex. That is exactly right. The left believes that gender are socially constructed categories created by capitalism that put men in the workplace where they had all the power and all the money, women in the home where they did the unpaid and undervalued labor of having and raising the next generation of children that would become the proletarian workers that would replenish the worker supply and feed the capitalist system. Yes, all categories, all identity categories to the left are created by capitalism. Is this related to the notion of whiteness as property? Well, yes, it actually is. And actually, hang on. If you go to my Substack, Karlyn, Karlyn.substack.com, let me get the better view here. There we go. Boom. I will send this in the chat. So what you're talking about, what Michael here is talking about is Cheryl Harris's famous paper, Whiteness is Property, okay? So Whiteness is Property is a very famous paper in critical race theory that came out in 1993, written by Cheryl Harris at Harvard Law School. Nope, no, shut up. No, wrong. No one is asking for your opinion. The things you are saying about Western civilization are not correct. I need your ears open and your mouth shut. So, Whiteness is Property is this paper. You can find it on the Substack. But what bigger point I want to make is 20 years after Cheryl Harris wrote Whiteness is Property, Cheryl Harris gave a presentation at the University of California, or no, UCLA, sorry, UCLA Law School, where she is now currently teaching to this day. And in that presentation at UCLA Law School, Cheryl Harris explicitly said what I just explained to you, which is the concept of whiteness is not about skin color. It is about capitalism, and it has fuck off nothing to do with Western civilization. And I don't want to see that again in my chat because that is not true. Let's just look at these clips real quick. You can hear from Cheryl Harris herself.
Whiteness is not a skin color or even a racial type. It is a social relation constructed on exclusion, structural privilege, and its valorization.
Whiteness is not a skin color or even a racial type. Listen again.
Whiteness is not a skin color or even a racial type. It is a social relation constructed on exclusion, structural privilege, and its
It is
valorization.
a social relation constructed on exclusion. That means private property owners and people who don't own private property. But let's continue. Cheryl Harris also said you don't have to be white you don't have to have white skin in order to be considered white. I already explained this. They believe that white meant people who did not work in the sun. Has nothing to do with skin color. I literally explained this. You need to rewind and go listen again if you weren't here. Listen.
Secondly, post-racialism's commitment to protect some value in whiteness, however relative, what Derek Bell called the promise not to be the face at the bottom of the well, it coexists with expanding whiteness to encompass non-whites. And I think Chuck was alluding to this a little bit yesterday. Post-racial whiteness is conditionally available to persons of any racial group, even some blacks.
So post-racial whiteness is available to anyone of any racial groups, including black people, because whiteness is not about skin color. Continue. Actually, let's just listen again one more time. Just to make sure.
Post-racialism's commitment to protect some value in whiteness, however relative, what Derek Bell called the promise not to be the face at the bottom of the well, it coexists with expanding whiteness to encompass non-whites. And I think Chuck was alluding to this a little bit yesterday. Post-racial whiteness is conditionally available to persons of any racial group, even some blacks.
Yeah, you just used a whole lot of words there to say capitalism. Cheryl Harris argues whiteness extends beyond mere skin color. No. This is not even correct. She's saying that whiteness has nothing to fucking do with skin color. Listen, conservatives, I understand that you guys are fucking desperate to make this about skin color. I understand that you guys will twist and backflip and do whatever the fucking you can, anything you can to make this about skin color. I really do. But I'm literally playing you videos of Cheryl Harris where she is telling you it is not about skin color, and you're still saying, oh, Cheryl Harris is saying this is about skin color. It has nothing to do with skin color. Cheryl Harris is telling you that. So no, I'm going to correct what you said. Cheryl Harris argues that whiteness is not about skin color at all, in any way. We're watching her on video right now. It is a set of privileges and rights that function as a form of property because it's about private property ownership. I literally already fucking explained this. Had you not been talking in the chat and had you been listening, perhaps you would have heard me already explain this. White means property owner. Prior to Europeans bringing black slaves to America, Europeans referenced themselves via their skin color. Not skin color, excuse me, ethnicity. So they would call themselves English or French or Irish or Spanish or whatever the fuck. When they brought slaves to America, they became the property owner, the people who did not work in the sun, which is the explicit definition that I've now given 3 times that the conservative retards in the chat don't want to fucking hear. The black skin colored people became the private property. They were the owned. According to the woman that you're watching right now, black people can be white when they ascend to property ownership. No, we are not talking about the past. We are talking about right now. We are talking about literally right now. Yeah, I don't actually give a flying fuck what Google told you. What I am telling you is what the reality is. I do not give a flying fuck what Google told you. Google gets things wrong all the time, bro. All the time. They don't give a flying fuck about Asians and Jews. They do not care about skin color. You guys are the ones that make it about skin color. Oh, we're descending into retardia very, very quickly. We aren't even through the Cheryl Harris clips. So it's like whiteness is their replacement for what I would call being no. You're not listening. Whiteness means capitalism. Whiteness means property ownership. That is what capitalism means. It is not a replacement for being civilized. That is not what I'm saying. I have said nothing. I have said nothing close to that. So please stop making shit up and just listen. Yes. Yes. Black slave. Actually, she just said that, but let's continue. Let's continue. Race is private property.
Post-racialism privileges self-designation. You are what you say you are. And post-racialism conceptualizes racial identity as private property on which the state cannot infringe.
Post-racialism conceptualizes race as private property. It is about property ownership. That is what we are talking about here.
Rather than mobilizing a sense of linked fate that dismantling racial hierarchy is joined with addressing the problem of capitalism, these projects are placed in opposition, and the challenge to white entitlement or white privilege is then recast as an elitist, anti-populist project.
Yeah, we got a bunch of people who aren't listening. They mean capitalist, you stupid fucking retard. But they would say white people are the problem. No, you idiots are desperate to obfuscate what they actually mean because you are actual racists. You are obsessed about skin color, and so you think the left is obsessed about skin color, even when I am playing you fucking videos of the left telling you explicitly what they mean by this, and you're not listening because it doesn't support your retard fucking confirmation bias. I understand you guys are desperate to make this about skin color because that's what your idiot influencers have taught you, but it is not true. So either hinge into reality or get the fuck off my channel and go back where you can have your fucking feelings coddled. Unbelievable. We're going to go through all these clips again because apparently we really need to do a back to basics on this particular concept. Could they be associating? No. Do I need to scream fucking louder? Do you get that this has nothing to do with fucking skin color? No, they don't, because it needs to be about skin color to the fucking right. It needs to be about skin color, otherwise they can't fucking function. Average person, thanks for the super chat. Hey, conservatives, we're on the cusp of the socialist revolution. Your feelings are the least of our fucking concerns. Yeah, that's exactly right. I have already answered this question like 5 fucking times, and I have told you to shut the fuck up and listen. And so now what we're going to do is you're getting put in a timeout. You're getting put in a 24-hour timeout. You can come back tomorrow, and you will not talk again until then. If you're not going to listen, guys, I will force you to listen. Yeah, I fucking know. So now what is the definition of whiteness, bro? Tell us in the chat. If you give us the wrong definition, you're going to get permanently banned because I'm not going to take you seriously anymore. Tell us in the chat what the definition of whiteness is now. We're going to have to do a little culling. Hang on, I'm going through the chat. You timed him out? Okay. Well, when he comes back, he's either defining whiteness correctly or he's getting fucking banned. We're going through all these clips again. This is the woman who wrote the paper, Whiteness is Property. This is one of the preeminent critical race theorists that defined fucking critical race theory. This is her giving her specific definitions. Where did you say it? I don't see you saying it. Say it again. Listen. Hang on, we'll get the super chat first. Sorry, I'm late. I had 3 offers here, shot here near my last stop. Suspect. Wow, 3 officers. Holy shit. Wow, that's crazy, 2 ladies. I hope everything's okay. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you. All right, I need everyone to listen.
Whiteness is not a skin color or even a racial type. It is a social relation constructed on exclusion, structural privilege, and its valorization.
Whiteness is not a skin color or even a racial type. Okay, you just got permanently banned, bro. Whiteness is not a skin color or even a racial type. It is a form of social relations.
Secondly, post-racialism's commitment to protect some value in whiteness, however relative, what Derek Bell called the promise not to be the face at the bottom of the well, it coexists with expanding whiteness to encompass non-whites. And I think Chuck was alluding to this a little bit yesterday. Post-racial whiteness is conditionally available to persons of any racial group, even some blacks.
Whiteness is available to anyone of any racial group, including people with black skin, because it has nothing to fucking do with fucking skin color. It is about private property ownership. Listen.
Post-racialism privileges self-designation. You are what you say you are. And post-racialism conceptualizes racial identity as private property on which the state cannot infringe.
It conceptualizes race as private property. Listen.
Rather than mobilizing a sense of linked fate, that dismantling racial hierarchy is joined with addressing the problem of capitalism, these projects are placed in opposition, and the challenge to white entitlement or white privilege is then recast as an elitist, anti-populist project.
She's saying that in her ideology, they need to completely, they need to join the dismantling of the racial hierarchy with addressing the problem of capitalism, because they believe that capitalism created all racism by creating the racial hierarchy known as systemic racism through the ownership of private property. This is what it is a reference to. I'm new here to learn these people. This is very easy to understand. She's playing the clips. What the fuck is so hard to understand? I think that's a great question. I think that's a great question. But again, the answer is that conservatives have come, and honestly, dissident right-wingers are not helpful in this regard. Like, conservatives have completely fucked the minds of their audiences by posting way too much rage bait on Twitter, and the rage bait is all people look at. So when conservative influencers are going, they hate white people, they hate white people, they hate white people, they hate white people, they are lying to their audiences repeatedly every single day. And I wouldn't have as much of an issue with it because it's not really the audience's fault that they're being lied to. But when people show up here, they think this is all about skin color when it is not about skin color. And then most of the time when I show them these clips, they're like, holy shit, this has nothing to do with skin color. But occasionally we get a bunch of retarded people in the chat that really don't want to hear it, because they are so committed to the idea that the left hates white people and this is all about white skin color. This is why none of the anti-CRT bans were even effective. This is why all those so-called anti-CRT laws that got passed a couple years ago didn't actually stop the teaching of critical race theory, because they didn't stop the right thing, because the stupid fucking conservatives defined it in terms of discriminating against white people, which is not what critical race theory does. It's so infuriating that I have to do this all the fucking time. Tolkien fan, thank you for being a member of the channel for 23 months. I appreciate it. Conservatives, how can you argue against actual video evidence? We are hearing them say it's not about skin color from their own mouth. Yes. But that's not convenient to the conservative narrative, and so here we are. Does anyone have questions about this? If you, like, be honest about your level of understanding, please. Is anyone confused? And if you are confused, I need you to formulate a question that clearly articulates your confusion so I can answer it. Correct. This is the first time you've heard it because everyone is lying to you. But now you've heard directly from the horse's mouth. And we have tons of clips just like this. We are not doing anything. We're talking about the far left here. Please try to focus. I'm asking because I'm ignorant to this, so I'm literally trying to understand the main point overall. So what is saying things like whiteness, nuclear family threatens the communist agenda? So what it's saying is things like whiteness, yes. Well, whiteness is capitalism. So the primary goal of the far left is always and forever to overthrow capitalism. Capitalism is defined as private property ownership. When the left is saying capitalism, they mean private property ownership. Whiteness is a form of capitalism. The nuclear family is the reproduction mechanism of capitalism. Every single thing the left does is about overthrowing capitalism, but it's a tax on capitalism in a different way. I'm very sorry, bro. You're not smart enough to be here. Obviously, you don't understand what's going on, so you're now permanently banned in my chat. Like, no more retard shit. The left are speaking a different, it's not a jargon. It's not a jargon. Calling it a jargon dismisses it. It is a dialectic. They have their own dialectic. They have their own language. So Outnumbered did an entire segment on that college talking about abolishing whiteness, and I was screaming at my TV. They were talking about capitalism, and the entire panel was about, yeah, exactly. And this is the problem. Because once you understand this concept that they are not talking about race, they're not talking about skin color, they're talking about the system, then everything becomes clear. The left has never wanted to kill all white people. That's not what they've been talking about. When they're talking about abolishing whiteness, they are talking about abolishing systemic racism, the system that upholds racism. That means capitalism. And once you hear it, everything makes sense. But because, again, conservative retards have lied to their audiences for years and years and years about this, just to drum up rage bait on the internet, no one understands this. No, you weren't. You absolutely were never told by leftists it was about skin color, bro. Stop fucking lying. We have the left on video 19 Ways from Sunday saying this. They all say it's about capitalism. So your ignorance and lack of understanding does not change what the left believes. You are absolutely not told this by any fucking leftists. Exactly, Tiffany. Exactly. Well done. Well done. Yes, it is its own language. They speak a completely different language than you do. Okay. All right, guys, if you're looking for an introduction to the language, what I need you to do is go over to the Substack and click this. It says new to my work, start here. We got to get back to the other presentation because we just derailed in a massive way. But for people who are new and you're just learning the language, and by the way, I don't mean to yell and scream at people who are new, but I've been doing this long enough to know that people do not hear this if I do not scream at them. Sad but true. I'm working on it. Go to this post. It says new to my work, start here. It's on the homepage of my Substack. And I need you to watch this video called Re-Education and Anti-Communist Introduction to the Far Left. You can also find this on my YouTube channel. This is available completely for free. This is a 90-minute training that walks you through all these concepts. It shows you clips of leftists saying this over and over and over and over and over again, so you can see directly from the left. If you want more information, watch the 4-hour How to Speak Socialist Masterclass. This will go in much more depth about all of it. And then if you want more information about queer Marxism specifically, that's an hour-long introduction there that you can watch. And this is filled with clips from the left telling you exactly what I'm explaining. And it's all put together for you in a nice little package, and all this is free on the internet. So just go watch those classes. You'll be able to see exactly what I'm talking about, because I cannot go through this stuff every single day when new people come to the channel. I've been talking about this for fucking years. I just saw a few hours ago the RCA put out a 45-minute video about what is fascism. Well, maybe we'll check that out. Maybe we won't, Nuru. I appreciate it. Darla, my daughter talked like this before she cut me off, and I'm pissed I didn't understand what she meant. Yeah. Yeah, I wish you would understood as well. I wish that conservatives would stop lying to their audiences about what this is. I really do wish that, but, you know, it makes them money to lie. There's a lot of money to be farmed in outrage bait. Nope, wrong. I think that some leftists are talking about skin color because I am desperate to make it about skin color because my favorite conservative influencer told me it was about skin color. No! I have watched over 5,000 hours of leftist content. I have watched more leftist content than anyone in this fucking chat over the past 5+ years. In almost every single DEI training I ever watched, they weren't talking about skin color. They were talking about fucking capitalism. I have gone to live leftist trainings more times than I can count and has said, how does this relate to capitalism in the chat? And they were able to completely articulate that this was all about fucking capitalism. It is the right that does not understand this. The left understands exactly what they're fucking saying, and the left understands exactly what they're fucking doing, and they understand it at all levels. And yes, it is all fucking leftists that matter. It is every active leftist activist that I have ever fucking encountered, with the exception of maybe less people than I can count on one hand. So the vast 98% majority. You are desperate to make it about skin color because you've been told by your favorite influencer over and over and over again that the left hates white people, and now you are doing fucking gymnastics to make it about skin color when it is not, and you are lying to yourselves, and you're lying to everyone in the chat who read what you wrote and said, yeah, that must be it. So no, stop fucking lying, stop making shit up. You do not know more about this than I do. I'm playing you all the fucking evidence, and you're still not fucking listening. No, it never meant skin color. No! Do you know how I know? Do you know how I know that the left literally never meant skin color? Because I wrote a book called A Brief History of Racism. I published this book earlier this year, precisely because I have to stop every stream I fucking do to have this conversation all the fucking time with people who do not understand what they are talking about. In this book, I trace the origin of the term racism back to the point it was invented, which was in 1902 by a man named William Henry Pratt. From the time the term racism was invented until today, it has always meant the system. And I have quotes of every single influential person who defined what the term racism is for decades and decades and decades and decades and decades. It has always been the system. It has never been about race. This has always been true all throughout history. And if you read the fucking book and look at the evidence, you will see that. They meant capitalism, you stupid motherfuckers. Still arguing. Still arguing. The right-wing desperation to make this about skin color. When they are talking about white babies, they're talking about capitalist babies. Babies being born into rich families with private property ownership. It is exactly the same fucking thing. What's drawn me to your work is my drive to understand what the enemy is doing. That's why I picked up a copy of the Communist Manifesto. Haven't finished reading it, so this project is helpful. Hey, I do appreciate that. Thank you for being a member of the channel. When the revolution happens, it'll 100% be the fault of the conservative right. Yeah, that is absolutely true. 100%. All of this was preventable. Literally, all of this was preventable had they just stopped to listen. Robin DiAngelo is the exception to the rule. She is not the rule. Robin DiAngelo, when she says white, Robin DiAngelo is a progressive, by the way. She's not a socialist or a communist. She is the exception to the rule. When she says white people, she actually does mean white people. The problem, however, is Robin DiAngelo was lifted up by conservative grifters who posted her clips everywhere, who then made her the definition of everything when she was always the exception to the rule. She was not the rule. And anyone who actually bothered to listen to other leftist activists and the people who were pushing critical race theory and the people who were teaching critical race theory and the actual DEI trainings that they were doing, anyone who bothered to listen to the left knew that Robin DiAngelo wasn't saying the same thing as the rest of them, but she was held up because she said the most outrage bait things that they put on Twitter, and so that became the only thing that matters. They all believe the same fucking thing. It is never about skin color to the left. But Karlyn, some of them believe it's about skin color, right? No. There is no significant, how much fucking time do we have to spend on this? There is no significant leftist activist who believes it is about fucking skin color. Do you see Robin DiAngelo out there anymore? Do you want to know why? Because the left stopped lifting her up. It was the right that lifted her up, not the fucking left. I'm going through the chat. Hang on. Can we move back to the presentation now that we had a half-hour fucking derail because people do not want to accept the fact that whiteness is not about fucking skin color? Let's go back. I need to clip this.
Vice President J.D. Vance and his Doge czar Elon Musk have courted fascist parties like the German ADF. Trump has also rolled out a fascist cultural politics. These include calls to rebuild and reinstall white supremacist monuments, to eliminate divisive exhibits from the museums, redefining race as a biological category, erasing trans people, and claiming there are only two genders. Trump's climate denialism, attacks on alternative energy sources, and dedication to fossil capitalism likewise comport with what has been called eco-fascist ideology. Finally, Trump's hailing of Benjamin Netanyahu and himself as war heroes for carrying out ethnic cleansing and genocide complete an outline of the expansionist dictator figure.
Okay, got the clip, got the clip, got the clip. It is not a biological reality to the left. I cannot emphasize this enough. It would be helpful for the newbies to remember that you don't have to adopt their definitions in order to actually understand this. Yeah, it's confusing, but you don't need to compromise your belief. This is actually an excellent point, and I appreciate you sending in the super chat, and I appreciate you making the point. I know that you're one of the people that's been wrapping your head around this, and this is critical to understand. Just because the left believes something does not mean you have to believe that thing. What we are doing on this channel is trying to understand what they believe from their perspective using their primary source evidence. So it doesn't actually fucking matter what you think. It doesn't matter what your personal beliefs are. The goal of the exercise is to understand what their beliefs are, because what their beliefs are dictate their behaviors. What their beliefs are dictate their strategies. It dictates how they're showing up in the world. So you can have a completely different definition, and you're allowed to have whatever definition you want, but your definition does not change the left's definition. They have been doing the same thing for decades and decades and decades and decades and decades. And the problem is that the reason the left keeps winning and the reason the left keeps making progress is the right doesn't fucking understand what the left is doing, because the right doesn't listen to the left. The right makes shit up and then pretends they're fighting the left, when in fact, they're literally just making shit up. Most people on the right, and this is why we run into this problem so often, most people on the right have no idea what the left actually says. This is why I have to go back and make all these clips and painstakingly break it down to show people who still don't want to hear it. I'm not talking about you, I'm saying more in general. But people need to understand that the goal of this is to understand their culture and their language from a detached perspective. And that doesn't mean you have to adopt their views. I don't agree with what they say all the time. But I do understand what they believe. And because I understand what they believe, I'm able to predict what they do months or years ahead of anyone on the right, because I understand what they believe. What she is trying to tell everyone is to do the practice of I don't know what autocratic is, and understand your opponent's positions as a steel man versus, well, that's not exactly what I'm doing. I'm not doing this debate bro thing. I don't like the debate bro stuff. So that's not exactly what I'm doing now. That's what I thought you meant, the Socratic, but that's not what I'm doing. What I am doing is showing primary source evidence and expecting people to remove their heads from their asses and engage in primary source evidence. That is what I am doing. I'm not doing some fucking steelman thing. I'm showing people what the left says. I'm breaking down the language and hoping to God that people start listening. That is what I am doing. Anyway.
As revolutionary socialists assess this moment, several points must be made. The first is that despite the egregious nature of Trump's policies and rhetoric, we are not yet living under fascism. Trump has still not yet cohered the necessary coalition of petty bourgeois, big sections of capital to bring fascism about. Despite the state's attempt to intimidate, repress,
No. This is wrong. This is completely wrong. The right is significantly more emotional in their arguments than the left, and it's not even fucking close. The right likes to tell themselves that they're being logical. It's not logical to ignore your enemy. It's not logical to make shit up constantly. It's not logical to ignore primary source evidence because it contradicts the narrative that you're trying to sell an audience. The right is extremely emotional about these things, and that is why they don't understand the left. The left, on the other hand, is extremely consistent about their language. They are extremely consistent about their beliefs. So you got it completely backwards. The left, there is a logic to everything the left does. You might not agree with their definitions, but that doesn't fucking matter. Their definitions are consistent. Their definitions are consistent over the course of decades and decades and decades. Their teaching is consistent across groups. Their language is consistent. Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean there is not logic to it. They are significantly more logical than the right. What the right does is the right makes up fucking words like Trantifa and then pretends that's a real thing when it's not. And then the right cries and complains if you don't agree with their definition. And then the right will cancel you if you don't follow their narrative talking points. So don't tell me that the right is logical and the left is emotional. No, please. It is exactly the opposite, actually. Yeah, okay. Okay, bro. Okay. Conservatives desperate to believe their own bullshit.
There remain independent spaces for expression in the streets, on mass media, social media, and elsewhere. If fascism had arrived, we would not be having this conference today, most likely. The second thing socialists must say is that we acknowledge and recognize the uneven experience of Trumpism as a reason why many oppressed, marginalized, queer, migrant, and working class people today feel like they are living under fascism and call it that. This is an understandable, if incomplete, political expression of extreme political vulnerability. U.S. histories of racism, xenophobia, anti-communism, homophobia, and transphobia as we know, have often singled out oppressed and subaltern people for treatments that historically have been used by fascists. These include medical experiments against African Americans, sterilization, surgery, internment, lynching, execution, deportation, native genocide. They are part of the political living memory of many people, but they are not themselves equal to fascism. The third thing to say is that Trump's administration can be described as an aspirational experiment in fascist rule. Trump has absorbed many of the ideas and practices of modern fascist movements into state policy. His attempt to overturn the 14th Amendment and reject birthright citizenship has long been a fascist aspiration in the United States. His support for great replacement theory and white grievance is a foundation of nativist American fascist movements dating back to the 1930s. Trump's current and ongoing attempts to recruit, build, and federalize a domestic vigilante militia, or brown shirts, has assimilated strategies and tactics directly from the fascist streets. Explaining why they are no longer much visible these days, Enrique Tarrio, chairman of the Proud Boys, said, things we were doing and talking about in 2017 that were taboo, they're no longer taboo.
Hey, maybe we should send Enrique Tarrio this clip and maybe he'll count that as evidence that he claims I don't have. Enrique Tarrio's blonde whore was complaining about me yesterday on Twitter too. She's still fucking whining about me. I understand that the movement isn't about race. It's the protesters that no. In fact, no, you're going to shut up now because now you're going into timeout. Completely fucking wrong, bro. Completely wrong. Again, you're just desperate to have your talking points emulated. That's all it is. And it's a pathetic desperation.
Now, honestly, what do we have to complain about these days? Several challenges flow from this current moment as we think about how to defeat Trump and Trumpism and build revolutionary socialism in the United States. The first is...
Sorry to interrupt you. I'm so sorry. Spanish language generally moves about 25% slower, so if you don't mind slowing down the pace just a little bit so the translator can keep up. Thank you so much.
Okay, will do. Several challenges flow from this current moment as we think about how to defeat Trump and Trumpism and build revolutionary socialism in the US. The first is an open question about whether Trump's experiment can succeed. Trump's Make America Great Again movement is an effort to create a new world order that restores the United States to a position of global economic and...
I pieced out of that Twitter space as soon as they brought her up to be a speaker. For people who don't know, sorry. For people who don't know, I was in a Twitter space about the Portland stuff the other day, and I was just fucking around and having fun and like basically messing with them or whatever. And I was like up there yelling at them, and there was this one Portland magatard that came up and he was like, no one liked you, Karlyn, and you were mean to Right Side Rebel. And I was like, well, she's a whore that's sleeping with all the MAGA influencers. And then he just started screaming at me and started saying these crazy things, and so I just started screaming back at him that she's a whore over over and over and over and over and over again. And I'm sure she really appreciated that because she was sitting in the audience the entire time, just trying to get up in a speaker slot. And I knew she was trying to get up into a speaker slot too. And I was just sitting there like, whatever, having fun with it. And then finally, they brought her up to be a speaker, and I just left. I was like, I am not engaging with you. I am not engaging with that blonde whore for content because I knew exactly what was going to happen. She just wants all the attention on her all the fucking time, can't handle it when no one wants to give her fucking attention. And I didn't even bring her up. It was her fucking friends who brought her up, right? So I just left. And apparently she kept talking about me after I left and admitted she was talking to Enrique Tarrio, which means they're fucking. And then she was whining about me on Twitter. She was spreading the same old smear campaign they've been spreading about me for like, Karlyn did this and that and the other thing back in 2021. It's like she's trying so hard. The blonde whore is trying so hard. And I just don't care. But it was funny. That was funny.
Political primacy that has been slipping away since 2007, 2008. His tariff policies, protectionism, and hyper-economic nationalism are attempts to use the logic of the US's bygone economic superiority to bring nations to heel and restore American capitalist profitability. It is totally unclear whether this can succeed, but it is clear that Trump's domestic crackdown is an effort to cover over and repress working class resistance to broadening and irreversible cracks in the US economic infrastructure. The second question is whether big capital, the petty bourgeois, and even sections of the working class can be won further to Trump's agenda. Evidence so far shows that Trump has coerced large sections of tech, the finance sector, and the business sector to his policies. Small businesses continue to follow Trump's agenda. Trump is also using much of his explicitly racist and nationalist program as a stick to coerce big business and small to fall in line. For example, threatened lawsuits and funding cuts against universities and businesses which failed to dismantle DEI. At the same time, huge sections of the multiracial and especially the immigrant working class are taking to the streets to oppose the regime. This is predictable and where our hope lies. The last 20 years of US history have produced a number of social movements, from Occupy to Black Lives Matter to the Palestinian encampments. None of them have survived. Their failures have opened the door wider for the current moment of fascist potential. The significant reason is the lack of a revolutionary socialist party. In his essay, What is Fascism and How to Fight It?, Leon Trotsky wrote, "We may set it down as historical law. Fascism was able to conquer only in those countries where the conservative labor parties prevented the proletariat from utilizing the revolutionary situation and seizing power. Fascism comes only," Trotsky wrote, "when the working class shows complete incapacity to take into its own hands the fate of society." For Trotsky, the Revolutionary Party was the tool the working class needed to create the revolutionary conditions needed to counter the rise of fascism. In our time, this means forming a mass revolutionary party as a necessary step towards building a united front with all the oppressed and working class groups now suffering under the heel of Trumpism. That party must remain independent of political forces like the Democratic Party and socialist reformers, who are in fact enablers of Trumpism. That party must also continue to shape the struggle against all of the world's ruling classes currently attempting a recomposition of capital on authoritarian lines.
Yeah, as a reminder, this was a presentation that was secretly recorded, and so sometimes audio isn't the best that you want it to be. So this is like a secret recording, so it is what it is. Everyone's just gonna have to deal with it.
Only a truly internationalist workers' movement can defeat the global far-right order that includes Trump, but extends to Orban in Hungary, Netanyahu in Israel, Meloni in Italy, and Milei in Argentina. To this end, the project of revolutionary regroupment of socialists is crucial. Socialist Horizon elected to join with the International Socialist League because of the need to build a wide international workers' movement across borders. The ILS, as we will hear today from our comrade, is active in the fight against.
We're going to skip over the Spanish part of this, by the way. We're not watching that. But what I will say is that I want people to understand that the reason that they are building an international socialist organization is they believe that in order for communism to succeed, it has to be done globally. And so although we focus mostly on the United States, communists do generally try to organize globally. They're not just organizing in the United States. And there are all sorts of different groups all over the place that are kind of like working together in order to try to like coordinate efforts across countries.
Against the Malay authoritarian regime in Argentina. Socialist Horizon also includes comrades active in the South Asia Solidarity Network with experience fighting authoritarian states in Pakistan and India, among other places. Recruitment of revolutionaries is also necessary because we need a far larger mass of revolutionaries than we have right now to win. In Socialist Horizon, we see no shortcut to defeating the far right except through careful, patient work with the unorganized and with our comrades in like-minded revolutionary socialist groups like Firebrand Communists. The presence of so many of us this weekend shows that the time is now for us to grow and to fight together. Finally, Socialist Horizon does believe that it is important to recognize the imminent potential of fascism in the US and Trump's experiments in that direction. As Trotsky put it, to insist that fascism is already here or to deny the very possibility of its coming to power amounts politically to one and the same thing. By ignoring the specific nature of fascism, the will to fight against it inevitably becomes paralyzed. Socialist Horizon calls for all present today to join us and help build a new revolutionary party that can sharpen our analysis of fascism and kill it before it grows. We have a world to win, comrades, and we must build it together. Thanks.
Comrades.
Beautiful, Bill. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Jason or James. Go ahead.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Jason!
Thanks so much, Bill. That was great. So
we love Jason, by the way. Jason is with the Denver Communists. Jason is one of the lead organizers of the Firebrain Collective, and Jason says the quiet part out loud like all the time.
Recording stopped.
Are you going to start it again?
Recording in progress.
Okay, start my time over too. Communists have been fighting fascism and trying to understand fascism since its emergence, as best exemplified by Clara Zetkin, Leon Trotsky, Antonio Gramsci, and the United Front strategy. And for just as long, many communists have misunderstood and undermined the fight against fascism, making errors that can be broadly categorized as liberal or ultra-left. Like many disorienting ideas on the left, both can be traced back to Stalinism, which set the terms for the world socialist movement.
Okay, I need to explain this. What Jason is saying is, we don't like Stalinism. Stalin fucked everything up. Because Jason is a Marxist-Leninist. The Denver Communists, the Firebrand Collective, most revolutionary socialists and communists on the left, they are Marxist-Leninists. They believe that Trotsky was the rightful inheritor of the revolution, that when it went to Stalin, Stalin fucked it all up because he kept it focused on Russia rather than making it a globalist endeavor. They also believe that Stalin put hierarchy back into communism by creating different, like a caste system, essentially, where he had, like, there are some people that had more stuff than others, where they believe in a non-hierarchical society. So the left explicitly rejects Stalinism, and that also means the left explicitly rejects Maoism, because Mao is in the tradition of Stalin, and the Denver Communists, who Jason leads, have actually done entire presentations about how they are not Maoists, and they do not support Maoism, and they're not Stalinists, and they do not like Stalinism. Okay? So when we're talking about the left, bro, like literally, I need you to stop talking and I need you to start listening. When we're talking about the left, we are talking about the Russian Revolution. We're talking about Lenin. We're talking about Trotsky to a much lesser extent, but definitely Lenin. And that is what they're trying to recreate in the United States. They are trying to recreate the Russian Revolution in the United States now. Because they believe they'll do it right this time, whereas Stalin messed it all up.
And for just as long, many communists have misunderstood and undermined the fight against fascism, making errors that can be broadly categorized as liberal or ultra-left. Like many disorienting ideas on the left, both can be traced back to Stalinism, which set the terms for the world socialist movement and has influenced the wider left for decades. Stalin and his clique flip-flopped from the ultra-left position of equating social democrats with fascists to the liberal position of collaborating with the liberal bourgeoisie to fight fascism. These liberal and ultra-left errors persist.
Hang on, I'm gonna clip this. Might as well clip this. This would be a good clip to have.
Misunderstood and trying to understand fascism since its emergence, as best exemplified by Clara Zetkin, Leon Trotsky, Antonio Gramsci, and the United Front strategy. And for just as long, many communists have misunderstood.
Hey, bro, you seem to be confused about what you walked into. You are in my classroom. I'm not in yours. Your job is to sit and listen to communists and socialists and ask questions. It is not your job to teach anyone. It is not your job to pontificate in my chat. You are in a classroom. You are a student in the classroom. You are not the teacher in the classroom. So I need you to stop talking and to start listening. And if you don't want to do that, then I'm going to silence you.
And undermine the fight against fascism, making errors that can be set in the United Front strategy. And for just as long, many communists have misunderstood.
All right, bye. I'm happy to permanently ban you. You don't belong here. Go away. Bye.
Best exemplified by Clara Zetkin, Leon Trotsky, Antonio Gramsci, and the United Front strategy. And for just as long, many communists have misunderstood and undermined the fight against fascism, making errors that can be broadly categorized as liberal or ultra-left.
Fuck me. God damn it. I fucked up the recording. I'm sorry. We need to... the last time we're going to listen to this, I apologize. My bad.
Recording in progress.
Start my time over too.
Okay, hang on. I need to start the recording over because I'm just going to... Hang on. Nope, don't need that recording. Nothing good in that recording. No! Fascism is not a left idea. Only retards think that fascism is a left idea. Please stop doing this and listen. This has not... oh my god. Conservatives are so fucking stupid. Conservatives are so fucking stupid. I cannot even. Take two.
Communists have been fighting fascism and trying to understand fascism since its emergence, as best exemplified by Clara Zetkin, Leon Trotsky, Antonio Gramsci, and the United Front strategy. And for just as long, many communists have misunderstood and undermined the fight against fascism, making errors that can be broadly categorized as liberal or ultra-left. Like many disorienting ideas on the left, both can be traced back to Stalinism, which set the terms for the world socialist movement and has influenced the wider left for decades. Stalin and his clique flip-flopped from the ultra-left position of equating social democrats with fascists to the liberal position of collaborating with the liberal bourgeoisie to fight fascism. These liberal and ultra-left errors persist on the left to this day, 100 years later. The liberal error takes the form of subordinating working class self-activity and organization to the ruling class, putting our trust in bourgeois democracy, its cops and its courts, its laws and norms, putting our trust in the liberal bourgeoisie and its representatives in government, and pinning our hopes on one institution in particular, the Democratic Party. Despite being owned and operated by capitalists and for capitalists, it is upheld by most socialists in this country as the way forward in the fight against capitalism. It makes no sense. When we counterposed a massive anti-abortion rally outside the Capitol building in Denver, a pro-choice liberal told us, "Don't worry about these idiots. I work here. Everything is being taken care of inside." Just like they took care of Roe v. Wade, I suppose. Not at all. On the other hand, the ultra-left era identifies everything really bad as fascism, emptying the term of
Hang on. Got the clip. That was a good clip. That also talked about how much he hates Democrats, which he does. Bro, socialism and fascism is not the same thing. Hitler was fighting the Marxists. Hitler was not a... Conservative influencers have retarded their audience. Hitler was not a socialist or communist. Hitler was fighting the Marxists. He was explicit about this. Hitler was, and we don't like Hitler. Obviously, Hitler's the worst person that ever lived. But like, if you believe that Hitler was a socialist, you have listened to way too much conservative media, and you should stop, because it's just not true at all in any way. Hitler did not want to abolish private property.
meaning and substituting moral condemnation for political analysis and strategy. It scares anti-fascists into the shadows, away from a much-needed mass orientation. Of course, the two errors often occur together, with panicking over imminent fascism often leading to voting for kinder, gentler imperialists. The term fascist is commonly used to mean authoritarian, anti-democratic, violent, racist, etc. But Marxists recognize the capitalist state as inherently authoritarian, anti-democratic, violent, racist, etc.
Hang on, I need to click
In the
that.
words of Engels,
when he says the capitalist state, he means the United States government. Because he believes the United States government was created by capitalism, the Constitution was created by capitalism.
mass orientation. Of course, the two errors often occur together, with panicking over imminent fascism often leading to voting for kinder, gentler imperialists. The term fascist is commonly used to mean authoritarian, anti-democratic, violent, racist, etc. But Marxists recognize the capitalist state as inherently authoritarian, anti-democratic, violent, racist, etc. In the words of Engels, it is nothing less than a machine for the oppression of one class by another, and indeed, in the democratic republic, no less than in the monarchy. So fascism is not just an extraordinarily authoritarian state, but represents a particular arrangement of class forces. The bourgeoisie unleashing the crazed petty bourgeoisie to make an extra-legal, violent assault against the proletariat and oppressed. When the ruling class is unable to contain its crises and control the working class using the means available to it under bourgeois democracy, it may turn to fascism. Fascism is a designated hitter called in off the bench to do what the existing repressive apparatus has proven incapable of doing. Currently in the US, there are no fascist street gangs ready to smash up union offices, no fascist bureaucracy powerful enough to do away with democracy. Trump and his cronies don't have the means to enact such measures, nor are they on their agenda. For now, bourgeois democracy remains stable enough to keep workers in line and keep extracting profits. Trump is smashing the social safety net, rolling back reforms, overseeing mass deportations, ravaging our habitat, violating the Constitution in the name of security, and accelerating the neoliberal policies of recent decades. All of these have been done at various times in the past by Trump's predecessors, from FDR, Reagan, Obama, Biden. If ICE is fascist, then so were the Japanese internment camps, the MOVE bombing, and the drone assassination of Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki. So how do communists fight fascism? Whether our opponent is fascist, the far right, our bosses, or their states, and whether we're fighting for a pay raise, for gender liberation, against police brutality, communist strategy is focused on two elements: the mass militant independent activity of the exploited and oppressed, and organized intervention by revolutionary socialists to aid that activity to help to achieve as much as it can. Fascists in the far right must be physically confronted in the streets by mass demonstrations representing the widest possible front of working class and oppressed people. The far right should never be allowed to spread their racist, misogynist, queerphobic, nationalist, and genocidal ideas without being vigorously opposed. Every far right gathering provides them an opportunity to recruit, network, coordinate, and build momentum. Every fascist rally aspires to be a pogrom. We must fight fascism now, or we're doomed to fight a stronger version of it in the future. Fascism can only be built in the streets, so the streets must be a focus of anti-fascism. In Denver, our basic approach has been to simply outnumber and outshine the far right whenever they try to assemble. We want to send these worms back into their holes, demoralized and isolated, by disrupting their efforts and demonstrating our numbers and our ferocity. Mass anti-fascist mobilizations like those in the Bay Area, Boston, and DC in 2017 and 18 have set the fascist and white supremacist movements back for years, and we gotta work for those type of results. Ultimately, anti-fascism is not enough. Solving the problem of fascism requires solving the problem of capitalism. To properly fight either, we need class-independent organization that does not rely on the capitalists, their political parties, police, or courts, and it has a political vision that goes beyond single-issue politics, electoralism, clandestine small group action, and mutual aid. So we must present an ambitious and comprehensive vision for social change and integrate the building of socialist organization into our anti-fascist work. So the Denver communists have been fighting far right for over a decade.
Hang on.
In our context, the far right has included run-of-the-mill conservatives.
Oh, good. Okay, I need to go back and start a new clip. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Hey, Jack of Blades, what is the left's definition of capitalism? This is a question just for you. We're stopping the entire stream just for you. If you have time to make a joke about the audio quality, then you have the time to answer a real question about the left. So I want to see how much you know about the left, bro. What is the left's definition of capitalism? No one else answer, please. Jack of Blades, I expect you to answer. What is the left's definition of capitalism? Your answer can be in the form of, you attempting to answer the question. You could also say you don't know. And if you don't do one of those things, if you do not answer the question, no. Oh no. See, you just got yourself permanently banned. No. Because the thing of it is, if you don't know basic 101 level information about the left, then I don't want you fucking joking. I want you listening. This is a fucking classroom. We take this seriously. If you do not take it seriously, you should not. Oh no, permanent ban. Bye. We're never going to hear from you again. Bye. Because you don't know shit about shit. So maybe you should keep your jokes to yourself next time. Let's continue. Get my clip ready to go because I already know I'm going to clip this.
So the Denver communists have been fighting far right for over a decade. In our context, the far right has included run-of-the-mill conservatives, Trump supporters, anti-abortionists, racist motorcycle clubs like Bikers Against Islam, if you can believe that's a thing, patriot militia fascists like the Three Percenters and the Oath Keepers, and a couple of neo-Nazis from the Traditionalist Worker Party. We've organized against them doing abortion clinic defense, drag show defense, at their rallies against vaccines, at our rallies against police brutality, outside right-wing conferences, and more. We've campaigned against the cafe run by anti-queer fundamentalist Christians who have attracted a motley crew of fascists to defend their bigotry. And we've tried to build people's confidence to join the intolerant left and to turn out against the far right by creating protest spaces that make confrontation accessible and inviting, and by encouraging militancy that's appropriate to our conditions and the balance of forces. So I want to tell some stories.
Hang on. Let me grab that clip real quick. I'm new. Can you give a short definition of capitalism for them? Their word definitions are throwing me off a bit. When the left says capitalism, they mean private property ownership. By private property, they mean bourgeois property, property that can be used to create privatized personal wealth that allows you to have more resources, more money, more stuff than other people. The disparity in resources creates a hierarchy. The hierarchy is what the oppression is about. So they believe that the bourgeois capitalists are the private property owners. Everyone else is a working proletariat that is oppressed by capitalism. When they say private property, bourgeois property is specifically defined as your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment rental that you rent out as a landlord, your ability to own intellectual property, your ability to own a private business, whether or not your private business is big or small, and your parental rights over your children, because parental rights allow for the passing of private property from parent to child, thus keeping it privatized and out of the hands of the collective. That is the only definition of capitalism that matters. No other definition of capitalism matters. Private property ownership. That's it.
Stories, maybe because there's some lessons, but also because they're fun and I'm proud of us. So bear with me. 10 years ago, while the eruption of the Black Lives Matter movement was losing steam, then Governor John Hickenlooper,
Communists believe everything they say.
a Democrat, declared a day in the middle of July to be Colorado Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. This was 1 week after the Denver police murdered Paul Castaway, a Lakota man who was experiencing mental health crisis. Reactionaries have since tried to hold annual Back the Blue rallies on that day in Denver. We have organized, the Denver communists have organized protests against them since their very first attempt. We've worked with a variety of anarchist, socialist, and liberal, Black, Chicano, and indigenous formations over the last decade against these rallies that we dubbed Black Lives Don't Matter rallies. That's really what they were. Together, we have forced the cancellation or ruined every one of them simply by being larger, louder, and bolder. The 2020 pro-police rally was held just weeks after the police murder of George Floyd sparked the second.
The private property is how you generate the wealth. Everything that they define as bourgeois property is how you generate the wealth. If you think about the definition I just gave you, you're going to understand that.
Eruption of the Black Lives Matter movement. Left opposition to that pro-police rally swelled from around 100 previous years to well over 1,000, far outnumbering the bootlickers. We marched into their rally and utterly overwhelmed it. We drove the right-wingers out of the park, some limping or bleeding, and we drove out the relatively minimal police presence with them. They were unable to stop our advance. The left chose violence that day, and it was beautiful. 3 months later, a patriot militia based in Colorado called a rally in the same park. They called it against BLM, Antifa, and related Marxist associations, which we felt was an invitation. We organized a successful counter-protest with better numbers and way better music. To keep us away, the city surrounded the fascist rally with 2 concentric rings of fencing and dozens of riot cops in the moat in between. But that wasn't enough. Many of our side confronted the fash as they left the rally. A motorcycle racist, that's what I call him, that's a noun, a motorcycle racist with a record of assaulting Black Lives Matter protesters threatened a reporter for the local NBC affiliate. When the reporter's personal security guard got in the middle, the racist slapped him, bear-maced him, and was shot dead.
Hey, what's the definition of capitalism, all-seeing guy? Can you explain that to us, please? I just explained it, so this should be an easy one. The all-seeing guy, what is the left's definition of capitalism? Explain what I just explained to you explicitly less than 5 minutes ago. Can you explain to me what I explained less than 5 minutes ago on the stream? Were you listening? What does that mean? That wasn't all I said 5 minutes ago. What does that mean? Don't help him. What does that mean? I explained the whole thing. I didn't just say private property ownership. I gave a whole spiel explaining explicitly what that means. So now we're waiting for you to explain what I just explained to you. You want to do a dunking on the libs? No, no, nope, nope. That is not what I said at all. So were you listening when I explained this explicitly 5 minutes ago? Or were you just trying to think of a way to dunk on the libs? Because it kind of seems like you didn't listen to the explicit definition I gave you because you were thinking up a really good one to dunk on the libs. Were you listening, yes or no? Were you listening, yes or no? This is not a hard question. No, no, no. That's not what I asked you. I asked you, did you listen to me when I explained explicitly what this meant less than 5 fucking minutes ago? That is the question you are being asked. The answer I need from you is either yes, I was listening, or no, I was not listening. I didn't ask why you asked the question. That was not what I said. I said, did you listen to the very clear, specific definition that I gave you less than 5 fucking minutes ago? Yes, you did miss it. Because you were spending your brain energy thinking up a question to dunk on the libs. Because that is what this is. And had you been listening to the definition I explicitly gave, instead of trying to dunk on the libs to make yourself feel better, you would have known that there is no reality in which a bicycle qualifies as private property ownership, because I specifically told you that private property ownership means bourgeois property, property that you can use to create personal privatized wealth. Your ability to own a home, land, an apartment rental that you rent out as a landlord, intellectual property, a private business, whether or not that private business is big or small, or parental rights over your kids. Those are all examples of bourgeois property. Those do not include a fucking bicycle, because you cannot use a bicycle to build personal privatized wealth. So it's not the same thing.
By him right between the eyebrows. We were terrified at first because we thought it was a leftist, one of us, that shot this guy. And when we found out it was a security guard, we were very relieved, knowing that the state repression wasn't going to follow in the same way. So back to the pro-police rally. After underestimating the strength and ferocity.
Do you see any infighting on the far left? Yes. Their message is very consistent. Do they currently have bad apples? There's infighting all the time on the far left. For example, most far left groups do not like the Party for Socialism and Liberation at all. They don't get along with them. They don't want to work with them. I mean, there's infighting among all the different groups. They all have different ideas. Some of them work well together, some of them don't. Some of them work well together sometimes. But the point is, it's not about the infighting about the ideas. It's infighting about the approach or the tactics. They are very clear on their ideas. They're not fighting about what the definitions of words are. They are not fighting about what the definition of capitalism is. They're not fighting about that. They're fighting about tactics. So it's a different thing. Appreciate the super chat. So all current divisive issues, whiteness, nuclear family, I didn't say Christianity. No one said Christianity. You're the one that brought up Christianity. Literally no one said that. Gender versus biological sex in their intended terms are a communist-led bombardment on every yes, basically, yes. Correct. No, I would never be a press secretary. That would never happen. Also, I'm a woman, so Nick wouldn't want me to work with him anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Amalek is just here to cause trouble. Amalek is the only person that's allowed to joke in the chat that I'm not going to yell at just because he's so devastatingly handsome. I can't do it.
Of the left in 2020, the city and police have since overestimated it. They've required the pro-police organizers to pay several thousands of dollars for the elaborate fencing setup. We organized a protest to make sure that fencing was necessary in 2021, but the cops have since been unable to raise the $10,000 or for security since then, or the cop lovers have not been able to raise that. So to end this chapter here, last year, the main pro-police organizer filed a complaint in federal court accusing Denver's mayor, Denver's chief of police, and other city officials with conspiring with the Denver communists, the PSL, and other activist groups to violate his civil rights. And this is totally ludicrous. We would never work with the PSL.
See, he just said it. I knew he was going to talk about the PSL. What did I say? They don't like the PSL at all. They do not like the Party for Social. They were like, fuck the PSL. And actually, we saw this. Average person and I, when I went to Seattle, Average Person and I went on a little Seattle tour where we went around to all the communist locations in Seattle. And one of the things that we went to was a giant ass statue of Lenin. There is like a 20-foot high statue of Lenin in Seattle. And actually, there was a sticker that was on the statue that basically was shit-talking the PSL and telling other communists to not work with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. So I gotta clip that. I love this. Jason's like, it's absurd. We would never work with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. That would never happen.
Police organizers to pay several thousands of dollars for the elaborate fencing setup. We organized a protest to make sure that fencing was necessary in 2021, but the cops have since been unable to raise the $10,000 or for security since then, or the cop lovers have not been able to raise that. So to end this chapter here, last year, the main pro-police organizer filed a complaint in federal court accusing Denver's mayor, Denver's chief of police, and other city officials with conspiring with the Denver communists, the PSL, and other activist groups to violate his civil rights. And this is totally ludicrous. We would never work with the PSL. Totally kidding. But even the judge must have recognized this. He dismissed the case. But we're pretty sure we've driven them out pretty permanently now. So one other story. During the George Floyd rebellion, one of our comrades infiltrated the chats of a patriot militia. They leaked the militia's
See, they're allowed to infiltrate chats. The Denver communists are allowed to infiltrate things, but when I infiltrate things and innocently get a Texas State faculty member fired, then they're all pissed off about it. They're like, Karlyn violated our policies when she secretly recorded us. Well, they're fucking doing the same thing. Don't tell me I can't infiltrate when they're talking about infiltrating the thing that I'm infiltrating.
One other story. During the George Floyd rebellion, one of our comrades infiltrated the chats of a patriot militia. They leaked the militia's combat manual for attacking and kidnapping Black Lives Matter protesters.
Yeah, we're not going to
this was a manual they were passing around. It upheld Kyle Rittenhouse's double murder as an example to learn from. These white nationalist patriot militia types hated the anti-racist rebellion that gripped the country, especially when protests violated their beloved law and order. They hate to see oppressed people fight back. They hate to see solidarity with the very groups they attempt to scapegoat. They thought the police weren't repressing the movement violently enough, so they were organizing to do more on a volunteer basis. Some fascists understand their role quite clearly. When rowdy anti-racist protests were frequent in Denver, patriot militia fascists came to Denver to confront them on 3 occasions. These were mostly white men.
There's no money in the socialist utopia. So no, there would be no hoarding of wealth. There's no money in the socialist utopia.
From the suburbs and exurbs, likely a mix of workers and small business owners. The conservative men, afraid of cities, overcame their fears, but only while armed to the teeth and dressed in fresh out the box tactical armor. On each occasion, Denver Communist members led breakaway crews that chased off the fash, while dressed in sneakers and t-shirts. The fascists were testing the waters, getting to know each other and getting a feel for being in the street together and about to do violence together. They have violent racist fantasies that they long to make real, but they're caught in a triple bind. They want to break the law in order to uphold the law, but are still bound by the law. They recognize they have not yet been unleashed to do the ruling class's dirty work. On each occasion, our side won the day.
Listen. I know when people are new and they first start encountering this stuff, you want to try to work it out in your head. You're trying to figure out, like, how is this going to work? And what can I do to own the libs to prove to them that communism won't work? Because this is the way conservatives think. Conservatives only know, how do we debunk the libs? And so that is the very first place that their brain goes to when they first start learning this information, because they are desperate to find a debunk so they can go to their socialist friends and say, do you know this is never going to work for reason X, Y, B, and Z? The problem is that when you are constantly looking for a way to debunk someone, you are not looking for a way to understand them. You are not actually listening to what they're saying. You are simply waiting for your opportunity to talk. And so when you say things like, you know, I'm just trying to figure out how like this is going to lead to people hoarding wealth, right? No, it's not, because they don't have money in the communist utopia. So it's not remotely the same thing. What you should be doing, instead of trying to work out in your brain how you're best going to own the libs or convince the socialists that real socialism can't work, is that you need to stop talking and to start listening to what they're saying and to learn what they are saying. That is what you need to do. You need to listen and you need to learn. There is no debunk that you can use that is going to change their minds. There is nothing that you can come up with that hasn't already been come up with before. They don't give a fuck. They're not going to listen to you. They're winning. You're losing. It is time to start a different strategy that is not, let's just debunk the libs. Because debunking the libs doesn't work.
Because we recognized the bind that they were in, and we were confident and certain about how to respond. We rushed them on site, verbally abused them, and backed them up until the police got between us, with their backs to the fash, of course. So to conclude, we haven't seen a fascist street presence locally since this time, almost certainly because it was the anti-racist rebellion that motivated them to take the streets, not Trump being in office. Or not simply Trump being in office. But they didn't disappear. They're in our school board and city council meetings. They're festering like an abscess waiting to burst. We need to recognize that as Marxists. We have a unique understanding of fascism and a unique approach to fighting it. And we have a unique responsibility to spread that understanding and fight back, using the limited liberties we still have under the still very much bourgeois democratic state. Fascism is an unwieldy demon that the bourgeoisie only summons as a last resort, that it hasn't yet, or that sections of the ruling class are contested over how to relate to fascism and fascists, is in no way an excuse for complacency Our role today in the US is to make sure that the fascist current doesn't metastasize into a weapon that the bourgeoisie can unleash when it decides to overthrow democracy. Fascism must be defeated politically,
Yeah, it really can save
organizationally,
'em.
and quite physically.
True.
Until victory, no pasaran.
Victory, comrade.
Recording stopped.
Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it. All right, in the interest of time, let's jump right into Vicky's talk. Thank you so much for joining us, Vicky. Go ahead.
Hola.
Oh, no Spanish.
¿Cómo está,
No
compañero?
Spanish. No Spanish, por favor. We are fast forwarding through the Spanish section of this presentation because I'm not watching this shit. I had to do half an hour on why whiteness means capitalism today. I am not listening to someone speak fucking Spanish. Okay.
Time at this.
I want you guys to notice too, for people who are new, I want you to notice that this person has a lot of weird black line tattoos on their arm. Now listen, I've been in tattoo culture for a long ass time. And so one of the things that I started noticing when I was going to far left events is that a lot of far leftists have really weird black line tattoos on their arms. And it's like a whole bunch of weird, so they always get a whole bunch of weird stuff tattooed. So what I want people to understand is, like, when you see someone with tattoos like this on their arm, it's not a guarantee that they're a socialist or communist, but a lot of socialists and communists have really bad black line tattoos on their arms of all sorts of weird stuff. You see this with Kamala Harris's stepdaughter. There is actually a tattoo style called ignorant tattoo style that is supposed to queer tattooing, to make tattooing ugly, when in fact tattooing can be really beautiful and awesome when it's done well, but they don't want to do it well because they want to queer the capitalist beauty standards or whatever. So that's just kind of like a sign. If you see someone with like a lot of weird black line tattoos, it's not a guarantee that they're a socialist, but a lot of socialists have those weird tattoos. You can't save her. No. Okay.
Point. If you would all recall, we asked that comments be 2 minutes. At that point, I will ask you to wrap it up. At 3 minutes, I will interject. Once again, also, if you could please, it's easier for me to manage with such a large meeting. We have 80 participants right now. If you could please message me directly, a direct message saying stack, so that I can then put you on the queue. Once again, if you'd like to self-identify and have your comment prioritized, please press stack plus. Otherwise, any questions, stack question mark or stack regular. I do see I have one hand raised, so I'll go ahead and start with that. I have not gotten any other messages to go on the stack, so please go ahead and take advantage of this time to speak and ask questions. But I'll begin with H. H's iPhone. If you could please introduce yourself as well. Name, location, any organizational affiliation you may have or may not, also fine. Go ahead. Thank you. Perhaps that was an accidental phone raise or hand raise.
Muted, I think.
Hello?
Okay, we got you. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, I'm going to start.
Okay, so my name's Hannah Wolf. I'm former ISO, like really former, like 10 years ago. So I'm so happy to be part of this. And, I'm trying to figure out anyway. So I have a few points. And one is, we are in a fucking, obviously a particular moment. And when we talk about fascism, we're talking right now about, the genocide in and of Gaza and, everything that conjures up about fascism. And is that recurring? Is that, for those of us who are Jews, who have been longtime anti-Zionists, anti-fascists, particular moment. 2, my guiding star has always been, to Rosa Luxemburg and Trotsky. Trotsky on fascism. Fascism is not an anomaly. It is not a separate movement. It is the goon squad, the last gasp of capitalism, their last attempt to rescue themselves, no matter what. It is not a grassroots movement, and any statement
I gotta clip that. I gotta clip that. Fascism is the goon squad of capitalism. So the intentionally ugly tattoos are a form of self-defacement? No, I didn't say that. You guys have got it, please, I am begging you, conservatives, stop making shit up. I am not speaking in a coded language. There should be absolutely no circumstance in which you hear me say something and then you go, but what Karlyn really means is that this is a secret spell and this is really what they're doing. This is really what's going on. Karlyn just didn't say that, but this is really what there should be no reality in which you're doing that. I did not say the ugly tattoos were a form of self-defacement. I said they are intentionally queering capitalist beauty standards by having tattoos that go against more established styles. That is what I said. They are doing it as a political statement. They do not consider it to be self-defacement. I appreciate the money, but stop making shit up. Thank you, Suzanne. There's literally nothing to read between the lines. There's no secret code that I am, in my language, I am giving it to you as plainly as I possibly can. Okay, I gotta clip this.
Anti-Zionist, anti-fascist. Particular moment. 2, my guiding star has always been, to Rosa Luxemburg and Trotsky. Trotsky on fascism. Fascism is not an anomaly. It is not a separate movement. It is the goon squad, the last gasp of capitalism, their last attempt to rescue themselves, no matter what. It is not a grassroots movement. And any statement that suggests that, I'm like, no, it is not grassroots. It is absolutely not that. And that is a deep misunderstanding of that it's some sort of populist thing. So I think that is something to counter very strongly. 3, I want to re-reference a young woman in the early part of this who spoke about Rosa Luxemburg and the fact that she was murdered by the SPD, the so-called left, the equivalent now perhaps of the DSA or the left wing of the Democrat Party, who murdered her and threw her in the canal. They axed her in the head. And the potential at the time of communism actually.
Wait, is this the part where this woman is like, the DSA reformists are our biggest enemy because they literally killed Rosa Luxemburg? Is that what she's about to say? Okay, so what people need to understand, and especially if you weren't here yesterday, these are revolutionary socialists and communists. Revolutionary socialists and communists are different than the Democratic Socialists of America because the Democratic Socialists of America are reformists, okay? So the reformists want the reformists like Zoran Mandami, they want to get elected to office, they want to make small incremental changes over time. This is fundamentally opposed to what the revolutionary socialists and communists want. Now, when it came to this conference in particular, and again, this was a 2 full day conference. We have like 14 hours of footage from this conference. They were shit talking the DSA the entire time. There were entire monologues. Hang on, I'm going to cough. There were entire monologues that happened at this conference where they were talking about the DSA as their greatest enemy. And so that might be confusing to people because you think they're like communists, they should like the DSA. No, 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 no. Reformists are not the same as revolutionaries, and revolutionaries, for the most part, do not like reformists. And so what this person is about to say, I'm pretty sure, is that reformism was responsible for offing Rosa Luxemburg, and therefore they are their greatest enemy. I'm gonna record this. Hang on. No, they don't. They do not believe. Again, I need you to listen to what I'm saying to you. The revolutionaries do not believe the reformists are going to achieve the goals. This is why they are their greatest enemy. The revolutionaries believe the reformists are actively working against the goal.
This who spoke about Rosa Luxemburg. 3, I want to re-reference a young woman in the movement, and any statement that suggests that, I'm like, no, it is not grassroots. It is absolutely not that. And that is a deep misunderstanding of that it's some sort of populist thing. So I think that is something to counter very strongly. 3, I want to re-reference a young woman in the early part of this who spoke about Rosa Luxemburg and the fact that she was murdered by the SPD, the so-called left, the equivalent now perhaps of the DSA or the left wing of the Democrat Party, who murdered her and threw her in the canal. They axed her in the head. And the potential at the time of communism actually overthrowing fascism as the last outpost of capitalism. The other thing that I see going around on social media that I find really horrifying is this thing. I have friends sending me,
Okay, that clip wasn't as great as I thought it was going to be. No, maybe I'll keep it. Maybe I'll keep it. Just in case. Just in case. Hey, bro, I remember yelling at you when we were watching actual videos of Cheryl Harris, and now you've come back and you are wrong again because you didn't fucking listen to what I told you the first fucking time. Here's what I'm not going to do, though, bro. I've already derailed this stream for half an hour dealing with low IQ retards like you that did not want to listen to Cheryl Harris the first fucking time. So what I need you to do is I need you to rewind this stream. I need you to go back to the part where we already looked at the Cheryl Harris clips. Because you know what? I'm going to be really honest. I don't give a fuck what your fucking Google search says because you don't understand what the language means because you're a low IQ retard that is not listening to what is being said. So go rewind the fucking stream. Go back to the part where I played you the Cheryl Harris clips for half an hour, painstakingly explaining it to you because you didn't fucking listen the first fucking time. And I don't want to hear any more from you in the chat until you do that. In fact, I will be banning you for the rest of the stream. You now are on a 24-hour timeout. And if you ever come back and argue with me about this shit again, then I will permanently ban you because I've given you access to all the information. You're not fucking listening. And I don't want to deal with retards that cannot deal with primary source information. So go away, rewind the video, start again. Yep.
Through fascism, it's hopeless. It has nothing has ever been able to fight against it. Now, I find that reprehensible. We can fight against it. Forces have aligned against us in the past. That does not mean that we are doomed and that fascism will prevail. And so these things that go out there, we must contest very strongly.
Wrap up, please.
Anyway, that's it. Those are my points. And I would love to hear, I want to hear what other people have to say, because I try to read everything I can, but you know, I'm like one person here trying to figure it out. So
Wonderful. Well, we're so glad to have you. Thank you for being here today. Next up, we've got Justin and then Ken. Then we have an open stack, so please jump in. Justin, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to say a few things that might are mostly in agreement, but might also be a slight disagreement or a different way of looking at things. And I want to start by saying that I think it's important to understand that fascism, while we aren't living under fascism, fascism doesn't appear or develop in full form. As we understand in the Marxist tradition, it emerges from the streets during times of capitalist crisis, and it emerges as a movement directed against the left, against the working class movements.
Hang on. Gotta clip that. Gonna make a whole page of them talking about how fascism means capitalism.
While we aren't living under fascism, fascism doesn't appear or develop in full form. As we understand in the Marxist tradition, it emerges from the streets during times of capitalist crisis, and it emerges as a movement directed against the left, against the working class movements, and I would say in this country also against the specific class-based movements of Black, Indigenous, and Mexican peoples. And it also is largely directed, at historically the organized working class inside the workplaces, but class struggle and militant class struggle takes place also beyond the workplace. So even though we may not see a mass workers' struggle in the traditional sense right now in the United States, we have seen in the last period, a deepening, I would characterize as deepening capitalist crisis going through ups and downs. We have seen episodes of class struggle against the state in some form. And, the state response with repression and increasingly fascist movements. This starts with 2006-2007 uprising of immigrant workers across this country who waged strikes, walkouts, and boycotts, followed by state repression and the rise of the mass immigrant rights anti-immigrant movement of that period. The land back movement of Native and Indigenous peoples, the Battle of Standing Rock, for instance, and we saw that viciously repressed by the state. Of course, the Black Lives Matter movement, and also the targeting of anti-fascist activists, and most recently the smashing of the Palestinian movement. So I would say that fascist movements may begin in the streets, and I agree with that, but have also historically expanded into the state vis-a-vis alignments with the bourgeoisie. And I see that in the United States there are growing sections of the rising sections of the bourgeoisie that are on the far right, and aligning with the authoritarian practices of Trump. And so, and I would also say that as the most class conscious section of society, this right-wing capitalist class is anticipating and preparing for workers' uprisings and general revolt in the next period, and that's essentially their trajectory. And so I'll just finish by saying, once established as a base in society, fascists will neither go away nor stay static. And therefore, we have to understand who they are, where they are, and we have to smash them. No matter how mixed of character their movements are expressing themselves, ultimately their trajectory is going to be swimming with, the growing capacity for there to be, a fascist response to the struggles of today, and of course the mass working class struggles of tomorrow.
All right. Does everyone understand that when the left says fascism, they mean capitalism? And that doesn't just include the far right, although it is hilarious that they believe Trump is far right. That's actually hilarious. But It also includes the Democratic Party. It includes liberals. It includes progressives. It includes Nancy Pelosi. It includes AOC. It includes Zora Mandami. When they are saying fascism, they mean capitalism and literally anyone who doesn't want to abolish all private property. Liberals are fascists too. Democrats are fascists too. Every Democrat in Congress is a fascist according to these people.
Great. Thanks a lot, Justin. We're going to go with Ken, then after that, John K., then Ivan or Yvonne, DZ, and then Steve from Seattle. So Ken, go ahead.
Steve, we
You got 2
love
minutes.
Steve. Steve
Yeah,
is
thanks,
good.
comrades. Thank you so much to all the
Oh,
presenters. Excellent
this
presentations.
guy is a fucking psychotic person. This guy has some of the best clips of this entire fucking conference. I forget what he says here, but it's probably going to be something good. Hang on, I'm just going to clip him in anticipation. I remember this guy specifically and thinking I need to go back and clip every single thing this guy says.
Yeah, thanks, comrades. Thank you so much to all the presenters. Excellent presentations all around. Again, he, him, Firebrand, based in Pittsburgh. Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize what all three of the speakers were saying in particular about how, given our current historical and political moment, we have to have clarity in our analysis. And we have to have precision in understanding what this moment means. That doesn't mean that we're taking the position of playing semantics or belittling or playing down the actual very real oppression happening under the lunacy of Trumpism, especially as it disproportionately affects historically oppressed and marginalized groups among the working class, especially. But again, that also does not mean that we have to say that fascism is here and there's nothing we can do about it. I really like what H had to say on that, that it's not hopeless. The situation isn't hopeless, but that means that we can't, kind of going back to what I was saying earlier about electoral apologetics, we cannot rely on electoralism in any way, shape, or form at the current moment to fight fascism. We have to build a revolutionary left and a fighting left, and we're not fighting to preserve the institutions of what the bourgeoisie called democracy. It's not about protecting bourgeois democracy. It's about building the groundwork for proletarian revolutionary democracy and taking the fight to the fascists, to the bourgeoisie, to the capitalists internationally as a whole. I think we're beginning to see this more clearly recognized by those who are radicalized by the Palestinian moment. But I also think that there's groundwork to be done with the revolutionary fight. And I think this conference is a great start to that. So thanks, comrades.
Told ya. Told ya. Told ya. Told you he was good. Told ya. Told ya. See, they don't believe reformism will work. They believe that reformism is only going to get in the way of their goals. They believe the DSA is some of their biggest enemies because the DSA are reformers. It is actually, like, unironically, I cringe every single time that someone on your side says, oh, we should make friends with the communists. And I'm like, that's not going to work. And they're like, but they're populist. I'm like, no, they're really not populist. And then they're like, but they hate capitalism and we hate capitalism too. I'm like, you guys don't even have the same definition of capitalism. If you're on the far right and you think, like, the actual far right, not Trump is not far right, but like if you're like on the dissident right and you're like, we hate capitalism and we want to do, some variation of National Socialism or whatever, you do not have the same definition of capitalism that the left has. So no, you're not on the same fucking team. They're never going to work with you. It's not going to work.
Thank you, Ken. All right, John K.
Hi, comrades.
No,
Hope everybody can hear me okay. Yeah, this has been a great discussion, and I really want to thank the presenters. It's been a good session. They've all been good, but this one I've done a lot over the years. I've done a lot of anti-fascist, anti-Klan work over the years. So this was close to my heart. We see like capitalism is in multiple crises, right? Economics, economic, political, and obviously the climate crisis. So it should be no surprise that the capitalist class is leaning towards authoritarianism. To me, it's like Trumpism is the fruit of 40 plus years of a one-sided class war, right? Union busting, attacks on working class living standards, etc. And it's no surprise then that without a political alternative, without a political
Hang on. This is a good question for people who are new. So you think most of these people are groomed into these movements? I can't understand why. There are many communists and socialists that are second and third generation communists and socialists. It is not true that communists don't have kids. It is not true that they abort all their kids. Communists and socialists have childcare at their meetings. So they're specifically setting up their organizing meetings in order to make sure there are places for kids to come to those meetings so they can learn to be communists and socialists. They actually create like board games and toys for the kids that are based on like capitalist things, but they'll reframe them for communism. So for example, there's actually a socialist version of Monopoly that's not about buying property and it's not about beating other people. In the socialist version of Monopoly, it's about how do we share and how do we work with all the materials together or whatever. And those are the games they give the kids when they go to the socialist meetings when their parents are organizing and the kids are all playing off with like a babysitter or whatever. So there are a lot of like second and third generation communists that were raised in this. Also, the public schools have been completely co-opted by the far left for a while now, but really in earnest since 2009 or so, where basically the public schools have been indoctrinating kids across the country in basically every single school district since like 2009, starting in like kindergarten, first grade, second grade. And so any kid coming out of the public schools is going to be exposed to this stuff. Once you get to college, it's just like this is infused into like everything. And so that's kind of why people do it. For a lot of people, especially for like younger people, and you got to keep this in mind, like a lot of the people that you see doing the pro-Palestine protests and the college encampments and stuff like that, they have literally never known anything other than this. So you have to view the left as like a cult. They are recruiting everyone and their mother into the cult via the public schools. So the kids that were raised in this, whether that be because their parents were socialists and communists or because they were just introduced to this stuff in the public schools, they don't know anything other than this. And so in some respects, they're just as much victims of this ideology as any your like average cult person would be a victim of the ideology. So that's why.
Instrument of their own, people are going to turn towards the right. As a comrade once said to me years and years ago, if we don't organize people, the far right will. Right? Now, the Democrats.
No. No. They don't prey on people that are vulnerable in broken homes. Like when I say the public schools, I mean everyone. Like, you don't think that conservatives have fucked up homes? Do you want me to make you a list of all the fucked up things conservatives do to their kids? To begin with, bringing them to Christian churches to brainwash them into a fake church from the time they're kids. Like, this is not about being in a messed up home where you're going to be fundamentally broken by your parents. This is about the public schools.
Certainly not that alternative. We all agree on that.
Yeah, I thought you'd like that.
With the points made about the need for united front, counter mobilization. That's key. Outnumbering them, outmobilizing them. But we're in a different situation. It's not the Klan marching in our center city or the Proud Boys showing up. This is a stark political moment, and I've been reading a lot of what Trotsky and other people wrote on Bonapartism. And I think we're seeing the formation of a Bonapartist regime. But yeah, mobilizing the working class, union and non-union workers is absolutely critical. I agree with comrades that said that elections won't stop fascism. No, nobody. We can't depend on the courts, the cops, or liberal politicians for sure. And building a unified mass movement is the way forward with the working class in the lead. Now, I wanted to talk a little bit about something at the Socialism Conference back in July, until long ago. Some of us met. It was Socialist Horizon, Workers' Voice, Solidarity, and other groups, and we started the process, a unified response in defense of democratic rights. It's mutual defense. If one of our comrades is victimized, or one of your comrades is victimized, we all defend unconditionally. And the other thing is movement defense. And I think this is an extremely important question. It's not that there are aspects of the currents, as the comrades that we don't defend liberal democracy, and I agree, but we do want to defend the rights that our ancestors fought and bled for. So I think that's this question. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to have Janine jump on real quick, and after that, we'll have Ivan or Yvonne, and then we'll go from there.
Hi. Okay. How to wrap my thoughts. So my contribution to this is that part of the reason why we're having this discussion on fascism and the far right is because, and on top of the other discussions that we've had lately, is to wrap it all around and to bring home the idea that there's a bunch of attacks on, for instance, trans people and women right now in this current administration that we're having. But it takes some Marxist analysis to bring it all in and say that well, it's not by coincidence, right? And a lot of this was predicated on democratic or Democrats, right? Who let this get to this point, right? And who actually let a lot of people down in this past election cycle with the hard right shift of Kamala to the right. And all in all to say is what another comrade has just said too, is that we need to meet the moment where it's at, and that's why we're trying to bring in socialist politics from below, but also how we have a very refined understanding of the far right and fascism, and that we can win people over to our politics if we're actually being if we're confident in the politics that we have to win working class people over, because if not, then the right will inevitably win. And I don't think either that we're doomed either, as someone said, that we would be doomed already if we think and believe that there isn't any potential to fight back. But yeah, and then also the way to I find to win people over to the idea of socialist politics from below, and win people over from the vestiges of backwards thinking like homophobia and transphobia is actually doing that in moments of struggle, right? When there is an attack on our most oppressed comrades or community, that's the time to show up and make sense of the situation, right? And then actually make healthy interventions to sustain that movement, because as we've seen in other past social movements, they have not been sustained long enough, and they just fizzle out. And there's a good reason for that. And,
oh
yeah,
no!
Oh
no! Oh no! Hey guys, breaking news. The House Democrats held a press conference about how AI is racist. And do you want to know how they were defining racism in this particular occasion for everyone who thinks that the only people who think whiteness is capitalism are far-left revolutionaries? AI reflects every bias and every inequality and inequity. That is how they're defining racism. Racism reflects every inequality and inequity. Inequity means capitalism. Inequity means hierarchy. Equity means eliminating the hierarchy. They're fucking saying that AI is capitalist. This is not about fucking skin color. They're talking about the system of racism, and this is the Democrats, you assholes.
Tying it all into the bigger picture of why we're having this conference. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Janine. Let's see, we've got Ivan, and then I'm going to do last call for Stack because we've got a fair amount here. We are running behind, of course, as we were, but I want to make sure everyone gets a chance to speak who would like to. After that, we'll have Steve. So go ahead, fire away.
Steve Lee. Steve Lee is the best.
Hi, comrades. I'm Ivan. I live in Vancouver, Canada, calling from the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish Nations. I'm a member of Solidarity and really glad to be invited to and listen in on this whole conference today, which I've managed to catch almost all of it. So I really appreciated this work, bringing all these political perspectives together and having representation from many groups and members of movements. I just have a question for Bill. I wonder if he could elaborate on the point about that the Trump administration is not fascist, but has a aspirational is an aspirational experiment. I thought that was a really apt way to think about what the political character is of the moment. And I think that there is implications here around what kind of united front is appropriate for this particular context. It makes me think of Enzo Traverso's argument about post-fascism, that far-right movements today have characteristics of fascism historically, but are not exact continuations of the same movement. That there's other dynamics of their emergence, and I think I think thinking of this as an aspirational project and as a state project is helpful. So yeah, I just want to ask Bill to elaborate that more. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ivan. Steve.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah, thanks everybody.
Hang on. I gotta clip this. Per Reagan. Reagan says Steve Lee was off the hook on this one, so we're just gonna clip him. I don't even remember what Steve said, but apparently he said something.
Great discussion. So I agree with everybody that we need a united front against fascism. We need coalitions and organizations working together. But within that movement and within the anti-Trump movement in general, I think one of the biggest obstacles we face is the liberal view that what we're doing is defending American democracy against Trump or against fascism or whatever. When in reality, I think for revolutionary socialists, one of the main things we need to do is expose the whole idea of liberal democracy. American democracy has always been repressive. It has always been genocidal. Yeah. It has always been anti-working class. We have never had a real democracy in the United States. And so the idea that we get beyond Trump and go back to real democracy is a real problem. We need to fight against that as revolutionary socialists within the movement, because otherwise the problem may be that Trump will be out in some way or another, and then all the liberals who are adhering to that view will say, okay, good, let's go back to Branch. Everything's done, everything is cool. We have to expose the nature of liberal democracy. We have to expose what has existed under the Democratic Party, etc. We only need to remember that the genocide that's going on right now was going on a few months ago under Biden. We need to really stress that. But we also need to explain that all genocide is not fascism. In Palestine, there is a genocide going on, but it is not part of an explicitly fascist movement. It's part of a settler colonial movement. The other point I think that we really need to make is that to win people away from the possibility of supporting the right wing and fascism We need to
wrapping up.
Put forward the socialist alternative. We need to explain revolutionary socialism, because that's the only way to win away people who are radically opposed to the current system. Thanks.
Okay, hang on. Thank you, Steve Lee. We're going to go back and we're going to break down everything Steve Lee just said, because what Steve Lee said is something we've heard him say a bunch of times. But for new people, this is a good teaching moment about what the far left actually believes. And I also want to say, look, Stephanie got yelled at earlier. She was one of the people that got yelled at earlier when we were doing the whiteness means capitalism thing, because she was frustrated and she didn't understand, and I was frustrated and I didn't want to talk about it anymore. And now look how far Stephanie has come in a single stream. It just looks like all this crazy loony stuff until you want, and this is why I have to yell at people to get them to fucking listen. Because once you understand the capitalism thing, once you understand that every single fucking thing the left is talking about is about abolishing capitalism, private property ownership, once you get that race is about that, gender is about that, queer ideology is about that, environmental justice is about that, abolish the police is about that, Palestine's about that, which we're going to talk about in a second. Literally every single effing thing they do is about capitalism. Once you understand that, everything else falls into place, and then you can't unhear it. And then it's all over. And then you realize, Stephanie, you're about to move into a dark time in your life where you start seeing all this shit happening around you all the time, and now you know what it means and you can't hide from it anymore. And so you're gonna start to be really upset when everyone is getting it wrong and you're the only one who understands what's going on. And then, Stephanie, you are gonna understand why I yell so much on the internet. You have to go through a process of unlearning everything you think you know to get to the point where you will be screaming on the internet too, because that is what happens when you reach this place. Congratulations. Welcome. We're all here to support you during this difficult time. Basically, you're about to black pill in a way that you never even knew. Do the far leftists ever express any revulsion or reluctance for killing? Nope. They don't care. They don't. Again, as I said earlier, the far leftists do not support Stalin. They do not support Mao. They are explicitly anti-Stalinists. They're explicitly anti-Maoists. And so anyone who told you the far left is on the same side as Mao and Stalin lied to you because they didn't know what they were talking about. So no. All right. Let's break down what Steve just said.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ivan. Steve.
Yeah, thanks everybody. Great discussion. So I agree with everybody that we need a united front against fascism. We need coalitions and organizations working together. But within that movement and within the anti-Trump movement in general, I think one of the biggest obstacles we face is the liberal view that what we're doing is defending American democracy against Trump or against fascism.
Okay, pause. Democrats want to defend American democracy against the evil Trump. Liberals want to defend American democracy against the evil Trump. Progressives want to defend the American democracy against the evil Trump. Steve Lee, who is the head of the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists, we know who he is because we watched him many times. He is not a Democrat. He is not a liberal. He is not a progressive. He is a revolutionary communist. When Steve Lee is saying American democracy, he is talking about something that he does not like, he does not support, he wants to completely overthrow it. Steve Lee wants to abolish the Constitution. Steve Lee wants to overthrow the government. Steve Lee does not believe in elections. He does not believe that elections are going to create the world that he wants. He believes the only solution to getting what he wants is the violent overthrow of the Constitution and the government. Okay? I need you to listen to everything else he says with this context.
Whatever. When in reality, I think for revolutionary socialists, one of the main things we need to do is expose the whole idea of liberal democracy.
We need to expose the whole idea of liberal democracy, because liberal democracy, the Constitution, the United States, liberal democracy to the far left is based on capitalism. They believe the Constitution is a document that was explicitly written to protect private property ownership of the bourgeois capitalist class. Therefore, the Constitution is based in capitalism. The entire government is based in capitalism. That is what he means when he says liberal democracy.
American democracy has always been repressive. It has always been genocidal. It has always been anti-working class. We have never had a real democracy in the United States.
We have never had a real democracy in the United States because Steve Lee believes a real democracy is inherently socialist. When socialists and communists say democracy, they don't mean what we have now. They don't mean our system of elections now. They don't mean the Constitution. They don't mean our government. They don't mean any of that. When socialists say democracy, they mean socialism. That is the only real form of democracy.
So the idea that we get beyond Trump and go back to real democracy is a real problem. We need to fight against that.
So what he's saying is defeating Trump is not going to return us to a real democracy because the United States inherently is not a real democracy. Listen again.
It has always been anti-working class. We have never had a real democracy in the United States. And so the idea that we get beyond Trump and go back to real democracy is a real problem. We need to fight against that as revolutionary socialists within the movement, because otherwise the problem may be that Trump will be out in some way or another, and then all the liberals who are adhering to that view will say, okay, good, let's go back to Branch. Everything.
So what he's saying is, if we get Trump out, all of these stupid liberals are just going to go back and they're just going to go, hang out and do whatever. They're not going to be activists anymore because they don't actually care about this. Liberals and socialists are completely different ideologies. People really need to understand this.
Everything is cool. We have to expose the nature of liberal democracy. We have to expose what has existed under the Democratic Party, etc. We only need to remember that the genocide that's going on right now was going on a few months ago under Biden. We need to really stress that. But we also need to explain that all genocide is not fascism. In Palestine, there is a genocide going on, but it is not part of an explicitly fascist movement. It's part of a settler colonial movement.
So it's important for people to understand if you don't understand why the left supports Palestine. The left does not support Palestine because of Muslim. The left doesn't care about Islam. The Islam is in no frame of all of these conservatives running around saying the leftists are teaming up with the Islamists because the left loves Islam. The left doesn't give a flying fuck about Islam. The reason the left supports Palestine is they believe Israel are the settler colonists who stole the land from the indigenous people. Hey, bro, if you can't do basic research to find out that I have made short clips and then we spent the entire fucking stream making short clips, have you ever actually looked at my fucking YouTube channel? Have you ever looked at my Substack? Have you ever looked at my Twitter account? Have you ever looked at the other 15 fucking Twitter accounts that are run by other people in the community posting short clips? If you can't do basic fucking research, you are not smart enough to be here. Karlyn, I just don't understand why you don't make clips. What do you think we've been doing for the last 3 fucking hours? My God. Back to this. The left believes that Israel are the settler colonists who's, no, you just got permanently banned for telling me what to do. Oh no. Imagine thinking your feelings are more important to me than defeating the left. Back to what I was saying before I was rudely interrupted by conservative retards in my chat. The left supports Palestine because they believe Israel are the settler colonists who stole the indigenous land from the Palestinian people and privatized it under the oppressive force of capitalism. The left is not anti-Semitic. The left doesn't fucking care if people are Jewish, sadly. They also don't care if people are Muslim. They don't care about Islam. They care about property. They care about private property ownership. So the reason they support the Palestinians is they believe the Palestinians were the indigenous people who had their property stolen by the settler colonists that is Israel. That's it.
The other point I think that we really need to make is that to win people away from the possibility of supporting the right wing and fascism, we need to
wrapping up.
We need to put forward the socialist alternative. We need to explain revolutionary socialism, because that's the only way to win away.
No. Wrong. They do not view religion as well, I mean, okay, so I misread. I misread. So maybe I'm wrong. So but they don't, broadly speaking, the left does not care about religion. They very rarely talk about religion. I've seen a presentation from the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists talking about Christianity specifically, and I guess religion more broadly. They believe that religion is a coping mechanism that people use to cope with the oppressive nature of capitalism, and they believe that religion will just kind of like inherently go away once they overthrow capitalism. So the left doesn't hate Christians. They don't really think about Christians. They don't really talk about Christians. It's very, very rare for like them to say anything about religion at all, because they more or less view they don't care if people practice religion. And there are religious leftists. I mean, they're Christian leftists, they're Buddhists. I mean, they've taken over like all the churches, but they're co-opting them more as like a political opportunity. But anyway, the left basically believes that Christianity will disappear once capitalism disappears, because Christianity is a coping mechanism for capitalism. Yeah, the opiate of the masses, exactly.
Who are radically opposed to the current system. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you, Steve. Ben.
Hey, Ben here, he, him pronouns, Denver communist firebrand. Sorry, I'm pulling double duty watching the baby right now. But I'll try to keep my comments brief. Yeah, I think that one of the reasons why Denver in particular is always so eager to talk about fascism is because it's the place that we've learned so many of our organizational lessons. So questions on anti-fascism kind of go hand in hand with organizational questions, at least for us in Denver. It's the place that we've really learned the necessity for education. It's the place where we've learned the necessity for consistent meetings. It's the place where we've learned really like the artistic application of the methodology of scientific socialism. It's the place where we've learned, when to be soft and when to be hard. All these kind of things have come about through our lessons in anti-fascism. I don't want to get too far in just rehashing what Jason said, but we've got a pretty extensive history, a pretty extensive resume, an impressive resume at that, of combating fascism in all kinds of forms. We've learned how to put up, defense of assault charges. We've learned how to recruit people on the back of murders. We've learned all kinds of lessons. The story that Jason told earlier about fighting with pro-cop at a pro-cop rally was actually the story of Chelsea's recruitment. This is the story that got Chelsea into the Denver Communists, who's our lovely chair for this session, who's now one of our best leaders and our most accomplished cadre. So I think that, these questions about fascism really kind of go to the core of Denver's organizing. Whenever we were in the process of recruiting Chelsea and going through this, me and Jason were talking about Chelsea, and we kind of had this, like, we don't want Chelsea to think that we are being too, and at the same time, Jason said too fighty, and I said too bookish. And it just kind of goes to show this process that we were going through, this like trying to apply these lessons as best as possible. And nothing is more important as far as anti-fascism goes. To go back to this point that Fede made a while ago, about proving ourselves to be the best and most dedicated fighters. Fascism is really the arena that we've been able to prove that in Denver, where we've had the most consistent access to coalition groups, to all kinds of like grassroots movements. After the January 6th uprising at the Capitol, some right-wing group put out a call that they were going to do, this uprising at every single capital in America. And we said, bet, we'll see you there. And we immediately helped organize an anti-fascist coalition to go combat whatever came up. We didn't know what it was going to be. We didn't know what it was going to look like, but we knew that we needed to be there. And we received a lot of flack on the Denver left for this. A lot of people told us that we were being rash. People told us that if we just let the fascists go out and do their thing, then they'll go home. But we knew that we stood on the principles of anti-fascism and the tradition of Trotsky, that anytime that fascism rears its ugly head, we have to stomp it out, lest it become more powerful. And so we went and we had a counter protest, and nobody showed up. Not a single one of their
I don't like you very much.
Right-wing fascist ilk showed up. And maybe that was because of our protest, maybe not. We'll really never know. But the point being that we did that quickly, reactively, and just that it's a place where we kind of show our instincts and our Marxist methodology. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ben. Let's see, we've got Karen next on stack. I'm going to go ahead and close the stack. As we all know, we're running a bit behind. We want to hear from all the last speakers. So Karen, please, and then after that, Reed.
Can you hear me okay? Excellent. Okay, I'm Karen. I'm unaffiliated. I live in Texas. I'm an immigrant and a disabled person.
He is.
I've been thinking a lot about,
He thinks he
I
can
agree
get away
with
with it
Justin
too.
in terms of, look at what's happening right now in the streets. Not only do we have ICE kidnapping citizens and
Yeah.
non-citizens alike, political opponents to the regime, labor organizers, a consolidation of media conglomerates, and the state kind of managing propaganda and messaging through their AI, large language models, things like that. We need to think about, for me, what are the immediate next steps in my movement? What are the base things that we have to make sure everybody's on the same page about in the groups that I'm organizing with? And one of those things is related to the disability community and how the folks in the disability community have been saying that when large pandemics happen, fascist ideas soon follow. It's a way, when Biden said the pandemic is over, people don't have to wear masks, those kinds of things. All of the rhetoric is about how only those that are weak will die from COVID. Only those that are older, those that aren't necessary for the production in the country will die.
Oh, I just want to explain real quick. The left still thinks COVID is a thing. This is why they still wear masks as part of their community care thing. It's not to hide their identity. Remember, this was a private meeting. This was not something they thought was being recorded. And so when you're seeing people sitting in a room wearing masks, it's like they're doing it because they still believe that COVID is a real thing. This thing that I'm going undercover at sometime in the next couple of days, I'm going to have to wear a mask at it, which actually works out real well for me because I don't want them knowing who I am. But like, I'm going to have to wear a mask at it because masks are still required at many, 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 many far left events. And so when she's talking about like, COVID's not over and I can't believe we're telling people that all this is, done and all this stuff, they believe that there are still many people who are immunocompromised who literally can't go out into the world unless everyone is wearing a mask because they still believe COVID is a real thing.
And that's okay. And it's helped to normalize some ideas about eugenics and things like that. And through that
and the reason, Amalek, that that they say that when Biden says you don't have to wear a mask, that's fascism, is because they believe that masking is part of their community care where they have to take care of each other so everyone can be a good comrade and participate in the community. And it's your responsibility as a good comrade to put on the fucking mask and so everyone can go to the meeting and no one is excluded.
Normalization, people, it just breeds kind of this fascist ideas about who's strong and who's worthy and who is it okay to protect and who is okay to participate even in movements. And those kinds of ideas have bled through the liberal community as well. And the state has used the fight against masking and those kinds of things to help put down the Palestine solidarity movement. So number one is we have to take COVID and community health seriously, strategically. Yeah. The idea is that if we protect the most vulnerable, then we protect everybody, right? Everybody has to wear masks for OPSEC and for community safety. We have to keep ourselves healthy and safe through our organizing, take OPSEC seriously and community health seriously. That's it.
Thank you, Karen. Appreciate it. Reed?
Okay, there we go. Yeah, great discussion, great presentations. Yeah, I wanted to just start by building off of something that our comrade from Argentina was mentioning, which is just the inability for capitalism to really resolve its crises right now. I think that is the case both internationally, and I think especially this sort of, I agree with John that it's like sort of Trumpism is the product of the last 40 years, and I think part of that is not just neoliberalism and the destruction of the sort of public commons and the one-sided class war, but I think also more recently the sort of crisis of US hegemony and sort of like not, and on an international level, not being clear as a ruling class of like, how do we get out of this? How do we manage the, the bleeding, so to speak, of US power and hegemony? And I think that, it's in that vacuum that in these moments of vacuum where you can have opportunities for both the left and the right. And I think this gets into exactly the problem of reformism, where it's like it either directly allies with the discredited establishment or does not itself provide a way forward. It gets into power and then ends up,
Hang on, I
like
gotta clip this.
same as the old.
I gotta clip him complaining about reformism. He's in Boston, by the way. He's in the Boston Revolutionary Socialists.
Hegemony. And I think that, it's in that vacuum that in these moments of vacuum where you can have opportunities for both the left and the right. And I think this gets into exactly the problem of reformism, where it's like it either directly allies with the discredited establishment or does not itself provide a way forward. It gets into power and then ends up, like same as the old boss, and drives people again to like seeking out solutions, especially if they're atomized, like the middle classes, or under neoliberalism, a lot of workers not being organized into unions. I know the last speaker, but I wanted to throw out some questions that I would hope folks think
Got
about,
it.
and maybe the speakers.
Yeah,
take up.
so this clip was from a spy stream that we did, which is basically, it was an online conference, so I didn't have to go there in person or anything, but we secretly recorded their online conference.
First of all, like
Start
Christian
wrapping up.
nationalism, how big of a threat is it? Is it fascism?
Christian
Fascist.
nationalism.
The different sections of the far right, how united are they? And then I think lastly, how can we understand the dismantling of sort of civil society, these means of securing consent or manufacturing consent beyond simply coercion? So like it seems like Trump, what he's doing is he's dismantling things like on international USAID, and inside nationally institutions that are really about securing consent, developing sort of the cultural hegemony or the domination of capitalist ideas but not just through the stick. Like it's just like basically, in other words, it seems like he's trying to get rid of this sort of everything but the stick as far as tools for the capitalist class. So how do we understand that? And yeah, thanks. That's great.
Thank you, Reed. Appreciate the questions. All right, Sam, please. After that, we have Fede and then Tyler, and then we'll hand it back to the speakers.
Yeah, I think just sort of wrapping up at least my own takeaways on this topic and using the vocabulary that Fede and Kim used to answer my question in the first session as a question of strategy versus tactics when it comes to fighting fascism. You know, there was I think some dissent in terms of the degrees and measures of degrees. You know, with the stories that we heard from the Denver communists, I think like those are excellent victories to celebrate and demonstrate the necessity of specific means. And to the sort of the commentary of the speakers for the session, there's this question of, you know, fascism isn't here, but it is on the horizon. There are ideas being tested that in order to try and expand them. And so when it comes to that question of strategy, I think it sounds like everybody is on the same page. You know, fascism must be opposed in whatever means that we are able to. And the question of tactics is, what is the form that fascism is taking before us? If fascism is taking the form of a bunch of people getting together and non-violently doing an action, then let's do that and outnumber them and shout them down. If fascism is taking the form of violence in the streets, there is only one way potentially to respond to that. And so I think to me, it's this question of what is an appropriate means with which to fight fascism is itself a question of what is the way that fascism is appearing on the horizon, is attempting to take hold in our day-to-day and in our government and in our just broader culture. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Fede?
Yeah, I think it's a very important discussion, but it's important to avoid having an abstract discussion over like scientific definitions of what things are, because we're not having this debate, and we don't have any debate in a vacuum. We're having this debate in relation to the situation, struggles, where we intervene. And so there tends to be a discussion of what is fascism and what we're defining as the end product once a fascist movement has taken power, destroyed every possibility. It's fascism in power, and we kind of compare every...
What? I got the blonde. She's not right side rebel. Her name is the blonde whore. I got the blonde whore arguing with me on her stream. I asked her to explain why this isn't for male attention. Well, I can see you're being productive with your time, Master Shake. Thank you for the blonde whore update. Yeah, the blonde.
Thing to that to decide if it can be called fascist or not, and I think that might be the wrong way. I mean, I think that's the wrong way to go about the discussion today, because the process of how fascism rose as a movement and what we're seeing now in the rise of the far right are different processes. They have things in common, obviously, and they have things that set them apart. I think it could be the case where the most important discussion is to stress how they are different. I think, and there's been situations where exaggerating a right-wing element that is rising is because the main discussion is against a division, and so we have to support the Democrat or the Social Democrat because we have to stop this fascist from it, etc. Or we can't do anything. We have to like run and hide because they're going to kill us and we can't fight. I think in that situation, it's right to stress in the discussion the differences and why this is not that. why what we're seeing now is not fascism. I think that's not the situation today. I think the situation today is talking with a lot of people who are not thinking about how to defend this failed democracy, who are breaking with the Democrats, who come from the experience of Biden. Who
Wait, the blonde whore thinks she's not getting any male attention and that she is a serious activist. Okay.
Well, that's not their discussion, and the discussion there is how do we fight this, and that's where I think it's more important to discuss the similarities. How do we fight the changes Trump is I don't know, it's fascist or it's not fascist, but the changes in the regime he is trying to implement to increase how repressive the regime is, to take away rights, to like, is there a possibility that there won't be elections or that he loses and he doesn't let people take power? And that we need to prepare for that. I'll wrap up. I think that is where the discussion has to be. It's what's the best way, and that's where you see similarities, because it's unity in the streets, like Vicky said, and it's political independence. And I'll leave it at that. I don't want to go over time.
Thank you, Fede. It is an important conversation that we're having. Appreciate it. All right, I'm going to hand it back to Bill. Bill, you have about 5 minutes.
Wrap up. We're almost done.
That'll do it for our stack. Thank you all for a great discussion. Bill, take it away.
Yeah,
Okay.
but he was, but he
Thank
was
you,
speaking with a foreign accent though, and so we can dismiss him, right?
We'll see.
Do we really? Aren't you a white man? Do we really need to listen to people with accents that speak Spanish?
Thank you, comrades, co-presenters. Great questions and discussion. So Ivan, why did I say aspirational fascism? First, I would say all fascisms are aspirational, right? They all have to go through a process of winning the hegemony, becoming victorious, taking power. You could probably say that about all states. But in the Trump case, I'm particularly interested in the way repeatedly the administration and Trump relies upon established far-right literature, practices, rhetoric, going back quite a while, I would argue, to the 1970s. If you look at the history of the far right, people say, well, it's all coming from the Heritage Foundation. It's actually not.
The Heritage
the
Foundation
example of the
far right
overturning the 14th Amendment, not letting Black people be citizens. The far right's been trying to do that since the 1970s. And I think that this regime knows that. So there's a backward aspiration to pull forward the far right's.
You know what's funny? These people, until probably very recently, had no idea who Nick Fuentes was. They only kind of know who he is now. So when we watched I wish you had been around for this, actually. It's actually hilarious. Maybe I should do streams about this. We filmed a 4-day Institute on Research into Male Supremacism conference. Amalek, you would have fucking loved the Institute for Research into Male Supremacism conference. It was 4 days of fucking insanity. But I kept asking them about Nick Fuentes just because I was bored, because we were watching it for 4 straight days. They really didn't know who Nick was. They know who Andrew Tate is. They don't like Andrew Tate at all. They obviously know who Trump is, but they really had no idea about Nick at all. Yeah, I'm sure you would have agreed with the feminist from Berkeley in the research on male supremacism or whatever.
Into the current moment. I'm also particularly interested in I wrote about how, the Third Reich was very clever about using the law and the courts to essentially codify fascism. There was this Enabling Act in 1933. I mean, Trump is constantly using the executive order over and over again to destroy what they call separation of powers. He wants to see what the limits of the law or lawlessness are. And we do understand lawlessness as a characteristic of fascism. And it seems to me he's trying to live and create a zone between law and lawlessness, which puts tremendous numbers of people at risk, right? Some of them have already been deported. Some of them are in prison. Some of them are, are going to suffer other fates. So that's another way I think of the particular aspirational nature of this state. And I could say more about it perhaps in a conversation other ways. Oh, the last thing I would say is I do think this attempt to build a domestic, to call for volunteers to basically go to work for ICE or Homeland Security and offering them like debt forgiveness and such. This is a very particular strategy to build a domestic military force, it seems to me. Using the same tactics actually they used to recruit people to the military. And also it really resonates with like militia people and Proud Boyers. Like they understand this is the way you win. You win on the
Proud
streets.
Boyers.
And I think every time the Trump deploys troops, it's a recruitment campaign, right? To build out hopefully a larger, I don't know where it's heading, but it's aspirational for sure towards an increased capacity to repress and repress absolutely. I'll say a couple other quick things.
I bet these people think that Enrique Tarrio and I are on the same team. Like, unironically, they mentioned him earlier, so I bet they think that we're like on the same team.
About the need for the Revolutionary Party in this moment. There are lots of people involved in mass street protests now.
So real, Tiffany.
Like
Yeah,
the No
I
Kings
agree.
marches and the like. We're saying we need a united front, right?
Yeah, of course they are.
That's true, but we as revolutionary socialists understand that the Revolutionary Party is also a key element of the United Front strategy. That is to say, the Revolutionary Party helps to lead the United Front, also remains independent oftentimes of other aspects of its politics. So we should be we should struggle with people who are outside of revolutionary movements calling for United Front. Some of them used to be in revolutionary socialist parties, and remind them of the centrality of the Revolutionary Party to the United Front strategy, if that's what we actually are trying to build, which I think we do need. I cannot assess entirely, Jason, 2017, those defeats on the streets in Boston, I remember it so well. I think it was 70,000 of us and like 500 of them. I was in Washington where we had 5,000 of us, and they were setbacks for sure. But I don't know if the balance of forces since that time has actually moved with us or against us in terms of looking at the capacity of the far right. And as you mentioned, they're in school boards now, they're in the White House now. Like the terrain has shifted, and we have to keep track of that terrain. So I think this is
Well, okay, so this is a good question. If Trump isn't doing anything, and he isn't doing anything, why does it seem like the communists are fighting him so hard? This is how the communists fight all the time. The communists fought Biden just as hard. The communists don't like Biden any more than they like Trump. They think that Biden and Trump are the same. The communists don't change their strategy. They keep just moving forward inch by inch every single day. They organize all the time. They have meetings like this all the time. This was true during Obama. This was true during Trump 1. This was true during Biden. This is true now. They have not changed their strategy at all. They have a very clear goal that they're trying to set. So they're not fighting Trump any harder than they were fighting Biden. They're just doing their thing.
This is why I think we need to be obviously vigilant about seeing where they are and where they're trying to exert power besides the streets right now.
What I will say, and what you might be picking up on, Stephanie, is the fact that like they're using Trump's name a lot to like try to drum people up, but they do the same thing with Biden. They did the same thing with Kamala Harris when she was running for president. And it's like Trump for them is an excellent recruiting and radicalization mechanism. So the left will do anything they need to do to recruit and radicalize more people to their cause. That's why they got so into the Palestine stuff for a couple of years. That's why they're doing the anti-ICE stuff now, because the Palestine stuff was a really good recruiting mechanism for a couple of years. Now the anti-ICE stuff is a really good recruiting mechanism, and they've had a lot of success using those issues to radicalize people to the far left. The same thing with Trump. The far left is only growing under Trump. The far left is not shrinking. It's growing because they keep invoking his name to get more people who are disaffected with the Democrat Party. It's not that they really care about Trump, but what they do care about is radicalizing people within the Democratic Party that are really unhappy with the establishment. They care about radicalizing liberals and progressives to get them to be more far left so that they can increase their numbers. That's really all you're seeing. Hey, thanks for the super chat. I appreciate your work. Sorry for poorly worded questions earlier. Hey, it's all good, bro. I see, at least you sent me money. I don't mind when people ask poorly worded questions when they send me money. I put the phone down and just listen. See, it's amazing what happens when you do what I tell you to do, isn't it? But hey, I do appreciate the super chat. No harm, no foul. We're about to wrap up, guys. We got a couple more minutes of this left, so there's one more person. We still need to get Jason's wrap up. But if you made it to the end, thank you for hanging out. We still got a little bit more to go, but I know this has been a really long stream. But we got a ton of clips out of it. And I hope some people learn some stuff. And yeah, that's it. Let's wrap up.
I would argue in all quarters. Just two other quick points. One more point. You know, we've been waiting for we always wait for the attack on the left as a sign of the rises of fascism. I mean, I know that PSL, you know, has gotten a letter from the state. And I know that in the last 48 hours, a group called Left Forum, which is like a little lefty place in New York City, has got a letter from the state asking them basically to cease and desist. And Congress has just formed a new committee to investigate anti-Semitism in the labor movement. So they're going to be going after unions now. I don't think this is fascism, but this is what fascists do. Right?
I wish they were going after the fucking unions. They're not going after the fucking unions. They're going after people who are using so-called anti-Semitic language. Thanks, Debbie. I appreciate it.
They try to
identify
places Israel, where they expect opposition and then shut those places down as quickly as possible. Yeah, I mean, the last thing I'll just say is, you know, another reason for us to grow in our strength, we really do need to defend ourselves, right, in this moment. And I mean that both like on the streets, but as revolutionaries, we can expect, I think, more targeted repression from against our work. So the larger we become and the more quickly we become large and cohere our forces and regroup our forces, the better prepared we will be for the next wave of attack.
All right, thank you, Bill, for your closing points. Jason?
Great conversation, y'all, and I look forward to months more of it. Yeah, let's see. I agree with much of what's been said. You know, Justin mentioned fascism doesn't appear in full form, the deepening capitalist crisis, episodes of class struggle. Totally agree. And like, you know, we're saying, we're out there dealing with people who are saying we're living under fascism, and we're saying no, you're not. But we want to fight the state, and we're out there doing it like constantly. In addition to fighting
it is the Denver
fascism on the far
communist.
right.
He's just not on the screen right now for some reason.
I agree that it must begin in the street and then penetrate the state, or whatever the right verb is. Someone said it's not grassroots. I don't think that's correct. I think fascism is grassroots and then weaponized by the capitalist class, as Trotsky wrote. It's not a purely top-down thing. That's authoritarianism. You know, I think we have just different words for that. Bill talking about you know, Trump making an aspirational experiment in fascism. I would say, most of what he's done is an aspirational experiment in increased authoritarianism. I don't think we need that word. We haven't seen the unleashing of the petty bourgeoisie. You know, the pardoning of the J6 rioters comes close, and the sort of not conscription, whatever, like the ICE incentives, like I think does too. But anyway, yeah, Fede, to call this an abstract discussion of scientific definitions is to write off the whole conference. It seems to me like, of course, we need to like have discussions and grind on particular words and definitions and concepts and theories. And I know, and I don't know how much less abstract like we could have made it than by talking at length about case studies of how we've built and approach these issues and try to unite our theory and practice. So we need to be specific about what imperialism means, what socialism means, what the working class.
Oh, Stephanie. Oh no. Oh no, Stephanie. The far left owns the unions. They haven't infiltrated the unions, Stephanie. They own the unions. They completely control the unions. They control the unions from top to bottom. The unions are involved in all major far left activism. The unions are involved in every protest. The unions are how they organize on college campuses. The teachers' unions are completely owned by the far left. There is no part of the unions that is fixable. The unions need to be fucking abolished. And yeah. You'll find that out. The more Stephanie, the more you hang out, the more you will realize how genuinely fucked we completely are as a country, and how every aspect of it is completely effed.
Classes and isn't, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah. Yeah,
I don't know
I
that they were always
appreciated
bad, but
Steve's emphasis that bourgeois democracy itself is genocidal. Bourgeois democracy, manifest destiny came out of bourgeois democracy. 2 atom bombs on Japan came
hang
out
on,
of
I gotta
bourgeois
clip.
democracy.
I gotta clip this part about bourgeois democracy. I almost tuned out Jason, and you should never tune out Jason because Jason inevitably, if he just talks long enough, will say crazy shit. I gotta clip this part about bourgeois democracy. Bourgeois, of course, means capitalist democracy.
And I know, and I don't know how much less abstract like we could have made it than by talking at length about case studies of how we've built and approach these issues and try to unite our theory and practice. So we need to be specific about what imperialism means, what socialism means, what the working class is and isn't, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah. I appreciated Steve's emphasis that bourgeois democracy itself is genocidal. Bourgeois democracy, manifest destiny came out of bourgeois democracy. 2 atom bombs on Japan came out of bourgeois democracy, et cetera, et cetera. So we don't need random worse words to describe these things. Ben said, and we've always said this, that we want to smash the fascists anytime they rear their heads. We've also chosen our battles, and we need to. We've mostly stayed in Denver as a territory because Colorado is a right-wing hellscape outside of cities, and we aren't trying to walk into defeats, and we do want to consider.
Yeah, Stephanie, I don't think you're in the stages of denial yet. You will probably get to the stages of denial at some point, just to warn you. But I think that, a lot of people are in Stephanie's position, right? Where you literally just don't know this stuff is happening because conservative influencers refuse to fucking show people this stuff. And so if people don't know what's happening, they don't know what's happening. And, that's what we hope for is that people come onto the channel and they listen and they stop talking for 30 seconds of their life and they actually just look at what's happening right in front of them, because most people just don't know this stuff is happening. For a lot of people probably that watch this stream, this might be the first time they've ever watched a far left conference of some sort. They have no idea this stuff is happening. They've never seen it before. Conservative media doesn't report on it. Conservative influencers don't show their audience. So how should people know?
The balance of forces. And then to wrap up, sorry. My dogs are barking. To wrap up, Shireen and the stuff that Shireen and Reed were talking about in the Intifada session, democratic coalition spaces, and you know, like how we move how we move things forward. I mean, this applies to all of the movements that we're involved in, but with regard to anti-fascism, we've tried here and had some success and mostly failure at creating a durable coalition and creating these democratic spaces that we need. All right, thanks, comrades. See you tomorrow.
That's it. That's it.
Jason.
We made it. We made it till the end. You guys did it. We made it. We survived. All right. You guys want to do this again tomorrow? You guys want to watch another presentation from this conference tomorrow? Should we do it again tomorrow? I'm not going to be here on Friday because I have to go on a super secret mission that involves me getting on an airplane where I will be drunk for just so people are really clear. When I get on that airplane on Friday, I will be drunk because I'm going to be on an airplane for a long time on Friday, and that's just the way it goes. But do you guys want to do this again tomorrow? One in the chat if you want to watch another presentation from this conference tomorrow. Yeah? Want to do another one? All right. We've already watched 3 presentations from this conference this week. We watched one for Socialism Saturday, and then we watched 2 the last couple days. Why not do another one tomorrow? Oh yeah, Nick is on Steven Crowder. That'll be a fun. Actually, that will probably be fun. That'll probably be fun. I understand some questions are just snarky trolls and some are, well, yeah, and some are ignorant to what may see to this. It may seem like the questions are, but so Stephanie, listen, I can always tell the difference between someone who's just trolling or doing the typical thing and people who are asking genuine questions. So don't worry about it. You're asking good questions. You want to learn. Like, we appreciate that. We really appreciate people who show up and want to learn, not just me, but other people in the chat too, because there've been a lot of people in this chat that have spent a long time. But again, Stephanie, what I would say to you is the very best thing you can do if you want to learn is go to my Substack. This is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. You can find the link in the description below. Hey, thanks for the super chat, Mutant. I do appreciate that. If you guys are new to this and you want to learn the language and get up to speed, there's a post on this Substack called New to My Work. It's right at the top. It's always pinned on the homepage. You can find it there. When you come into this, you will find, you scroll down a little bit, it's got some information you need to know. Watch this class. This is the Re-Education and Anti-Communist Introduction to the Far Left. This is a 90-minute video where I walk you through all the basics of the language. I show you a ton of clips from far left training so you can understand it. I put it in more context. This is available on the Substack. It's on the YouTube channel. You can find it all for free. Just dedicate 90 minutes to it, and you're gonna understand this stuff so much better than you do just kind of like, this is how you get up to speed very quickly. If you like that class, I also have a 4-hour, more of a master class where I go through stuff much more in depth. And so watch that one. But watch this one first. Watch the 90-minute one first just to get a little taste. And then if you really, really like it and you want to dedicate 4 hours to it, watch the 4-hour one. If you want to understand more about queer Marxism, which is a different, it's a more specific form of Marxism, I also have an hour-long introduction to that. We talk about queer Marxism all the time. And so this is a lecture that I did talking about the development and evolution of the ideology to kind of break down all the important bits all in one place so that I don't have to repeat myself constantly. So that's what I would recommend for all the new people. And I really do appreciate new people coming and spending some time with us, especially when it comes to getting through the yelling. But listen, if you're new, you just have to accept the yelling as part of it. This is what I've learned over I'm about to enter into my 6th year doing this on the internet. 6 fucking years of this shit. Do you know how much communism I've watched in 6 years? Okay, I didn't get serious about communism until like 2022. So really, we could say I've been doing this really hardcore for 4 years. I was watching it a little bit before that, but like, do you guys know how much of this stuff I've had to watch? The yelling is necessary, and you will understand why the yelling is necessary when you reach a mastery level of this content. I've watched a lot. I have become clinically insane. Exactly. I have driven myself actually insane from watching communism and socialism so that I can teach all of you what's going on. And now it is 9 o'clock at night, and I'm going to go make all these clips look nice and put them on the internet. And I'm going to build a whole fucking website tonight about how whiteness means capitalism. So I never have to yell again. I can just be like, here's the link. Go watch the videos, assholes. Yeah. Don't let my sacrifice be in vain. I have sacrificed myself for all of you. I have sacrificed myself so that you may learn. You'll understand why I'm angry when you watch Queer Marxism. That's exactly right. You'll understand why I don't put up with shit in my chat when you watch Queer Marxism. All right. That's all, guys. I'm going to go cry into a corner and all that stuff. I will see you tomorrow. We'll watch another one tomorrow. I hope you all have a good rest of your night. Take care. Thank you to everyone who sent in super chats today. I appreciate all of you. Thank you to the people supporting me on the Substack. I appreciate all of you. And, we'll do it all again tomorrow. Cheers, guys. We'll see you soon.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you? That's difficult to answer. I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.